Sound test for online team. Can you hear me? If someone is speaking, or no one else is. Can we add? Who do we add here? Stella. Okay. Stella, we're going to test your audio. You just say a word.
Hi. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Stella.
Good morning.
We can hear you. There's some break there. We'll try and sort it out, but you can hear us really well.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. Is this better? Is this better?
So you say that?
Is it better?
Yes, it's not really better. We can make out what you're saying a bit, but perhaps you want to check if that can be cured from our end. Just give us a minute.
That's okay. My connection is
Maybe.
full. It's good. My connection is very good.
Yes, it is.
All right. That's okay. Stella, you'll have to say another sentence. Perhaps you tell me, what did you have for breakfast today?
Some tea? Yeah.
All right. Great. We'll call on you when we need you next. We just want to now to test the videos so that you'll tell us if you can actually see the room well. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
This sixth conference marks a very important milestone for the ECD network and also for us as ECD stakeholders who have been convened up to 6 times today by the ECD network. This sixth today, when I look in the room, I feel so proud. A very see the number of people who've come milestone from far and wide, and even from near, and also really for us as ECD stakeholders who have been convened up to 6 times today by the ECD network. This sixth today, when I look in the room, I feel so proud. A very see the a very important milestone for the ECD network and also for us as ECD stakeholders who have been convened up to 6 times today by the ECD network. Today, when I look in the room, I feel so proud to see the number of people who've come from far and wide and even from near to really advocate for children. A very important milestone for the ECD network and also for us as ECD stakeholders who have been convened up to 6 times today by the ECD
sixth
network.
National ECD Stakeholders Conference has actually been a great success. We were
Today,
able
when I
to
look
bring
in the
together
room, I
participants
feel
from
so
across the
proud
country,
to see the number of
and we are
people
glad
who
that we
come
have been
from
able to
far and
discuss
wide and even
issues
from
around
near to really
strengthening
advocate for
systems
children.
around the
A
child
very
ecosystem.
important
The import of that
milestone for the
is that we are
ECD
looking
network
at how
and
we
also
can
for us
actually
as
work
ECD
closer to the
stakeholders
children in
who
their
have
family
been
settings to be able to
convened up
build
to
the
6
capacity
times
of their
today by the
caregivers.
ECD
Sixth
network.
National ECD Stakeholders Conference that they have been a great to be able to improve service delivery.
Today, when I look in the room, I feel so
this
proud
conference
to
was a
see the
notch
number of
higher.
people who
We are
come
In terms
from
of
far and
numbers,
wide,
we
even
have
from
been
near,
able
to
to
advocate
attract
for children.
around
over
the child
500
ecosystem.
participants.
The import of
milestone
that
for the
is that we
ECD
are
physically
looking
to the online team. We're saying we're going to be beginning in the next few minutes. We're finalizing the setup. In here, guests are arriving, networking, just a bit, saying hi, and then we begin in less than 10 minutes. Yes. So you're already on. No, my line was back.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, all protocols observed. Peace and well-being to you all. Welcome to the 2026 webinar series. I'm Stella Mbugwa. I'll be your moderator for today. And we have a team that's here virtually, but also physically. I will share the introduction to the webinar series this year. The ECD Network for Kenya is a membership organization established 2016, registered with the NGOs Coordination Board here in Kenya to coordinate early childhood initiatives in Kenya. The Secretariat of the network is hosted at the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education at Kenyatta University. A little about the mandate is to strengthen coordination, collaboration, and collective advocacy, and today is part of that. Within the early childhood development sector, and we launched the network. As part of the network, we launched a webinar series from 2024 all the way through to now, and we are back. This series provides a structured platform for evidence sharing. We really love evidence. Disseminating of best practices, because there's a lot that happens and is not spotlighted for many. There's policy dialogue, because the issues that we address are contextual, and there's usually a policy that supports what we do, and reflection on progress made in advancing early childhood development in Kenya. The webinars have been convening everyone who is interested in the work that we do, but I would like to particularly spotlight the government actors, both at national and county, sometimes beyond borders, civil society, development partners, academics, philanthropists, practitioners, caregivers, among others, to unite voices and catalyze action towards ensuring that every child or young person receives the best possible start in life. And this is not the work of just governments or parents, it's a whole of government and a whole of society approach. So it's not easy work, but we do the best we can. A little about our context is that our country, Kenya, has made significant strides to strengthen frameworks for the subject matter, early childhood development, particularly with the devolution and county level responsibilities. And we have a number of achievements, including policy recognition within national and county development frameworks, expanded access to pre-primary education across the counties, the 47 counties, growing multi-sectoral collaboration in health, nutrition, education, child protection, and this sometimes goes beyond these spaces because of the nature of the work we do. Enhanced advocacy for financing and inclusion in public budgeting processes. Despite the gains, we have continued to face myriad challenges, particularly related to financing models and support towards the efforts and the background of the work that we do, which is a lot. But the network strives to be contextualized as much as possible. We have a webinar theme and objectives, and we are partnering with KMET and the Lake Region Economic Bloc to convene this webinar series and focusing on governance, finance, accountability in the subject matter. Examining ECD financing, multi-sectoral collaboration, planning, accountability mechanisms at both national and county levels. Today's session, as I had mentioned earlier, is hybrid, and the primary objectives are to reflect, to promote, and facilitate and document knowledge exchange among us. The expected outcomes are that by the end of the webinar, which is the first in 2026, we expect that everyone will have an improved sharing understanding of the subject matter, have an understanding of existing support mechanisms and even the constraints faced, enhance multi-sector collaboration, which is quite a task, and then documenting of the knowledge for purposes of policy and advocacy. Our target audience has been diverse, and we can boast of the fact that we have involved everyone as much as possible over the years. And we have strived to work multi-sectorally, cross-sectorally in some contexts, and it's been amazing work at both individual, as a group, and outside that framework. So I invite all of you to get excited about what we have planned for today and the discussions. Ask as many questions so that by the time we leave, we have a common understanding of where we are going, and ultimately where we should be, so that others can learn from us. But ultimately, we want we want a momentum, and we've been trying to do that. Build a momentum towards long-term sustainable investment in early childhood development. Thank you so much for listening, and I would like to now, for next steps, I would like to invite the next steps.
Just a round of applause to Stella as she started us off, so that we break the monotony. We look so dull, huh? No, it's an early morning. So thank you so much for the introduction. And our team, we are getting to the next step. And in this particular step, or this particular juncture, we are going to welcome Oscar Kadenge. And Oscar Kadenge is the board chair of ECD Network, Kenya. And Oscar is an early childhood development specialist. He's the head of the early child development program. He's a recognized champion and a subject matter specialist in nurturing care for early childhood development. He's an alumnus of prestigious Harvard University. And we call it Harvard Kennedy School of Government, with a bias of scaling up for nurturing care for ECD in the low, middle, income countries. So he's a seasoned speaker. We've had him for a very long time, and a member of global and government technical working groups championing nurturing care. And without going further and just diluting this particular beautiful profile and bio, allow me to welcome Oscar Kadingi on stage. Thank you so much, Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abella. It's a pleasure to see how much you have grown over the years, and so excited for you. Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and those that I would want to call tireless champions of early childhood development seated within this room and without. On behalf of the ECD Network of Kenya, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to this critical dialogue on governance, finance, and accountability in early childhood development. Whether you are here with us in the vibrant city of Kisumu or joining us virtually from across the globe, your presence signals a shared realization. The future of Kenya is being shaped right now. Today, we aren't just discussing a line item in our budgets, we are discussing the architecture of the Kenyan brain. And I'd like that to sink in. Today, we aren't just discussing a line item in our budgets. We are discussing the architecture of the Kenyan brain. Science tells us that 90% of brain development happens before a child's 5th birthday. And if we fail in these early years, we spend the rest of our lives trying to fix what we should have built. A case in point is what is happening in Nairobi at the moment. If the foundation was right, we wouldn't be where we are. The urgency of our mission. Since our formal registration in 2019, the ECD Network for Kenya has served as the connective tissue for a multi-sectoral movement in the country. Our vision remains a Kenya where every child receives holistic support. However, as we meet today in 2026, the data provides a sobering reality check on the state of ECD in Kenya. Around the area of poverty and deprivation, the recent study on Brighter Futures by UNICEF and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics tells us that approximately 55.3% of children in Kenya remain multidimensionally poor. Alarmingly, 11 million children aged 0 to 8 years are deprived of at least 3 essential services, particularly in water, sanitation, and nutrition. There is an investment gap also. Despite ECD being the bedrock of human capital, public financing remains disproportionately low, accounting for only 0.9% of total government spending, which is roughly 0.4% of the GDP of the country, way below the 1% that globally is expected of us. Learning outcomes, if you look at that space also, recent data shows a dip in foundational literacy and numeracy, with only 54.2% of grade 3 learners reaching minimum proficiency in numeracy, down from nearly 69% in 2019. What is happening since devolution? This is a study that was recently released by the Usawa Agenda, together with our friends at Zizi Africa. Under the strategic pillars of governance and finance, there's also something we need to say. Today's theme is not just an academic exercise. It is a roadmap for systemic reform. To move the needle, we must address these 3 pillars. Strengthening governance is the first. We are seeing progress in the devolved units, which is good. For instance, counties like Bomet and Siaya have prioritized ECD coordination and infrastructure in their latest fiscal strategy papers, which we have seen. And they're focusing on on-source revenue to offset national budget gaps. However, governance needs more or requires more than policy. It requires coordinated data collection too. We must leverage the latest advancements in data governance to ensure that ECD data is used ethically and effectively to track child outcomes, because that's what is important. Not just numbers, but to track outcomes. Number two, innovative and sustainable financing. While the national education budget, sector budget, received a historic 701 billion, in the financial year 2025-2026 budget, the majority is directed towards primary and tertiary levels. Recent analysis undertaken by different actors in the country show while the national equitable share provides what we call notional allocations for other county services. For other county services, the control of budgets was talking about it. Other county services, actual investment in ECD remains below 2% of education budgets, far from the international recommendation of 10%. For ECD to thrive, we must advocate a shift towards the East and Southern Africa average of 130 nearing school feeding programs, for instance, and infrastructure expansion, despite tight fiscal ceilings advance, as evidenced by the shifts being piloted here in Kisumu and also in Siaya County towards using conditional grants for specialized ECD, health services, and school feeding programs. Those kind of counties are the ones that need to be given as, can do to make sure that resources reach out. Counter transparency, which is the accountability should remain must actually just say. We must move beyond cash-based tracking to a results-based framework where every shilling spent is tied to a child's health, nutrition, or learning milestone. We move away from what we have been doing, the cash-based tracking, where you are talking about 10 million or 10 billion or whatever it is has been given towards the early years, to actually looking at results-based frameworks where every shilling is tied to either the child's health, nutrition, learning, or other milestone that we are tracking. As I conclude, I would like to talk about the power of partnership. I want to express our deepest gratitude to KMET, our valued partner for this webinar. Your decades of work in maternal and child health are a testament to what is possible when community-led programs meet systemic advocacy. I've been part of the journey of seeing KMET become a leader in this space, right from way back in 2012, 2013. And I've seen the journey that KMET has undertaken in making itself a big advocate for children. Together with the Lake Region Economic Bloc, we are actually proving that regional cooperation is the key to scaling the nurturing care agenda. My call to action is we engage in today's sessions. I encourage you to be bold. Do not just share what is working, share what is not, so that we can actually find solutions to this. The knowledge exchange here will directly inform our policy and advocacy for the remainder of the 2024 to 2026 series, which is what we are running right now, in terms of the webinars that the ECD Network for Kenya has been undertaking. As I conclude, I also would like to encourage us as actors in the space to become members of the network, recognizing that by being members of the network, you are creating a platform for us to be able to actually give voice, as Stella mentioned earlier, to the issues of children who may not be able to sit in rooms like this. I want to thank you, because I know that as we commit to be changing the beginning of the story for every Kenyan child, we are going to change the rest of the story for them. And that will give us the foundation we need to be able to build Kenya will be free of what we see today. Thank you.
A big applause to Oscar. Remember, he's from Harvard Kennedy School of Government, so he needs a better clap. Thank you so much. We really need to take note of what he's saying, that we need to really bank on result-based frameworks just to ensure that we have focused attention to our children. And he's talked about so many things that I'm very sure that we picked up, even including data that is very important, issues around budgeting that Kenya is taking up. Some of the changes Kenya has already picked up in terms of focusing on the children. So, and also sharing that other counties are taking this up and are doing much better. And this is why we are gathered here today, just to pick up some of these best practices and be able to replicate them in our counties. So we really need to take note of that in terms of even public sector accounting standards that he has mentioned, to ensure that we support our children in the diverse areas we work in. At this particular point, allow me to welcome the next speaker to give us her remarks. And this is none other than Dr. Monica Ogutu, who is the Executive Director of Kisumu Medical and Education Trust. And KEMET is an organization that is locally based, but with a focused implementation in 44 of the 47 counties. Monica Ogutu is a renowned public health specialist and our alumnus. That is, Oscar Kadenge is your fellow classmate. She's also an alumnus of Harvard School of Government. And she's also known for her ability in to promote collaboration among government officials, private and public health sectors, and communities to achieve better results. So she's been a member of various technical working groups, just the same way as Oscar has also been a good member of other technical working groups, championing matters nurturing care and ensuring that the children that we are working on and giving birth to achieve the best developmental potential. Welcome, Dr. Monica Ogutu from KEMET. A round of applause to her.
Thank you, Abela. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Actually, this is our first meeting this year as a network. So I would really want to appreciate ECD Network and LREP for this well-thought webinar to come early in the year as we reflect in the theme that has been shared today. I would like to begin by sincerely thanking you all for prioritizing this meeting, because at times when people are talking about children, people wonder, why should I be in that room talking about a child? I need to talk about big things, maybe infrastructure, maybe the floods that are all over the country. Here we are seated in a room talking about the children. So LREP, Secretariat, thank you so much for taking the lead, because whatever we have been doing is LREP driven. I would like also to thank all the governors in their absence, because they have journeyed with us in this journey. It has been a sweet journey in LREP. And I would like to just tell you that LREP is a model block that all the other blocks need to learn from. Your presence speaks volume today. It tells me that we share not only a common vision, but also a deep commitment to the future of our nation. And we know that the future begins at the very start of life. Having been in that space for a long time, I always tell people, if you don't deliver a baby that has scored well at birth, then you know you have a problem the entire journey of that baby. It starts from the uterus. It starts from the antenatal care. How is this pregnancy nurtured? What was the score of the baby at birth? For the people in the room with children, I hope you have been checking the mother and baby booklet to know what your baby scored at birth. As we look at the academic score, there's also the score at birth. And the score is always over 10. So check if your baby maybe scored 3/10 or 2/10, resuscitated, you went with the baby home, that baby needs special care at that stage. The first 1,000 days of life. Just giving you tips so that you don't wait for a late stage and start pushing the baby to the best academy and complaining that the babies are not doing, the teachers are not doing the right thing. We need to start looking at the journey of this baby earliest from the uterus, and we need everybody involved. And that is why to begin with, the Nurturing Care for Early Childhood Development program addresses one of the most critical stages in human life. For me, that is where we need to invest most. Young children's health development depends on the nurturing care. The care that ensures good health, adequate nutrition, responsive caregiving, safety and security, and opportunities for early learning. The success of these initiatives depends on how well we organize ourselves. Are we organized in terms of the structures, in terms of the financing, and how are we holding ourselves accountable for delivering services to young children and their caregivers? And we need to look at all children, including children with special needs. Sometimes we forget the other children, the children locked behind doors. There are quite a number. When we started this journey, we realized that there are so many children that we don't see in some spaces. They're not even brought to the to the child welfare clinic. They are locked somewhere because of the stigma around a disabled child. First, let's look at the governance, because we are focusing on the theme of today. Governance is the backbone of effective early childhood development system. It requires strong leadership. And I tell everybody, if we don't have strong leadership in whatever we are doing, we will fail. We need clear policies. We need structured coordination across multiple sectors. And Nurturing Care for Early Childhood Development has confirmed it, that we need all the sectors. I think there are 10 sectors, and there's no sector that we have left behind. Every sector has a role to play. This is from nutrition, from health, education, child protection, finance, agriculture, name it, roads. We need everybody. Water, because in those maternities, we also need water to ensure that there is a safe delivery. We also need to have everybody understand their role. No single sector, it's already mentioned earlier, can address the complex needs of our young children. This is why multi-sectoral collaboration, bringing together government departments, development partners, civil society, and all communities is critical in this journey. When governance structures are well established, they actually create clarity on roles, promote coordination, and ensure that policies translate into services that reach every child and families everywhere. Whether you are in the remotest part of Kenya, we need to be able to reach you. This progress has been realized, has been demonstrated in LREP, political goodwill secured. This is the first time we saw governors in a classroom. They all came for a training. We trained the county leadership on the science of ECD, showing that there has been commitment to advancing this agenda. There is routine engagement with implementing partners in this region and beyond. And this has really strengthened our collaboration, fostering synergy and preventing silo kind of work. For a long time, there was a lot of siloing. But with Nurturing Care, you can see we are all partners in one room. We said not to silo work because we can use the available resources to achieve more. Currently, 10 LREP counties have already anchored multi-sectoral teams. And we can demonstrate and document that multi-sectoral approach is the way to go. Secondly, equally important is financing. Commitments to early childhood development must be matched with sustainable and predictable investment. It's not all about just talking. We need to see that investment. There is need to prioritize ECD within national and county budgets, while also exploring innovative financing, as already mentioned by Mr. Kadenge. We need to explore those innovative financing mechanisms, partnerships, and efficient use of the available resources that we have. We need to be very sure that whatever little we have, we can optimize that resource. Financing should not only support infrastructure. We have seen people thinking that when we have buildings, we have roads, that is when we are now having investment. We must invest in brains. If we cannot have brains, who will use those roads? Who will use those buildings? We need to have people that will take over from us. But also we need to strengthen frontline systems like health workers. I've talked about safe delivery. We have talked about ensuring that our babies go well at birth. We need to have communities empowered and also ensuring that our education system from early childhood down is well structured. Caregiver support mechanism, and this time around, we are really emphasizing male involvement. When we were being brought up, it was always a mother with a baby in the clinic. Yesterday, I was in Lumumba, and I was impressed to see men with their babies in the child welfare clinic. It is a role for everybody. We need to be part and parcel of this journey. And this progress has been realized through counties incorporating all the elements of nurturing care for early childhood development within their county integrated development plans, positioning it as a strategic investment. For example, Siaya County. I hope Siaya is in the room or online. Siaya County has institutionalized nurturing care for early childhood development as a program within the governor's office, while Kakamega County has also adopted it as a flagship project, among other similar county commitments. And those are just a few examples. We know Nyamira is ahead with their nutrition program, and all these counties in LREP can actually write their experience. Finally, accountability is what transforms commitment into real impact. Strong monitoring system, reliable data, and regular review processes allow us to track progress and identify the gaps that we need to focus on and continuously improve implementation. That is what we have done, starting with one county, Siaya, documenting it, learning from that, and then using it to scale up through a phased approach. When systems are accountable, they ensure that every resource invested translates into meaningful outcomes for children and families, making it a norm to document our best practices. And I'll request all counties, please let's document our best practices, because what is not documented is not done. We need evidence that this is actually working for us and anchoring data within the government system for informed decision-making. So as we begin this discussion and we continue with the deliberations, remember that strengthening governance, financing, and accountability is not simply a technical exercise. It is a commitment to the future of our children of this nation. By working together across all the sectors and institutions, we can build systems that ensure that every child has the opportunity not only to survive, but to thrive and reach their full potential. Some of the children have just survived and they are there. But we want children to survive and thrive to reach their full potential. Lastly, I would like to again reaffirm our commitment. It is in partnership with LREP Secretariat, anchored within county government structures, has been implementing Nurturing Care for Early Childhood Development initiative. The program initially began in Siaya and has since been scaled up to other 10 counties. We are going to complete the 14 counties by next year, this year actually. By this year, we have already confirmed that. And this is through what was dubbed as the Smart Start Initiative, using a phased approach. The initiative is county-led, LREP-driven, and partner-supported. Also, partners coming together and planning together, implementing and reviewing together. We are already witnessing encouraging progress. We have seen partners coming even from Mozambique to learn from us in LREP. So we are very proud of what we are doing. And we know with the leadership commitment, this is going to be another model in Kenya, if not in the region. And as an organization, we remain committed to supporting these ongoing initiatives and amplifying them through available platforms. We will continue working together, documenting all the best practices with the counties and promoting learning and replication across counties to ensure the sustainability and scale of our intervention. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica. Better clap. She's mentioned a lot. I may not share that so much, but then to stress on is the way to work together. We need to work together as a team, as partners, as counties, but then more to this is a county leading these processes. And she's also mentioned us getting to know how our baby scored. I don't know whether you know how your baby scored. So you need to go back. It is a homework, or nowadays it's called home fun. So you need to go and do that particular home fun and see how your baby scored. Thank you so much, Daktari. And at this particular time, just to keep on, so that we don't waste much time, let me welcome, it's always hard to welcome a professor, because if you look at the profile, you get stuck. So I'm going to welcome Professor Teresa Mwoma, and Teresa Mwoma is an associate in May, professor in the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education in Kenyatta University. She's seconded to the African Council for Distance Education as Executive Director, coordinating open distance and e-learning in Africa for ECD member institutions. Professor Mwoma is the first African woman to be appointed as Executive Director in a male-dominated ECDE. As the fourth Executive Director, she's the founder and national coordinator of ECD Network for Kenya. Before joining ECD, Professor Mwoma was managing higher education in emergencies for refugees in Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps in Kenya as a coordinator, Kenyatta University, Dadaab Center. Previously development, Kenyatta University, coordinating capacity development initiative for various governmental and non-governmental organizations in Kenya. Professor has mentored over 40 graduate students who have graduated with their masters and PhDs in early childhood studies. You would join that university. I'm an alumni of Kenyatta University, so I feel so proud of her. So she has a very long profile, and she's a researcher in the University of Johannesburg. With a wide experience in research and consultancy. She holds a PhD in early childhood studies from education and care in childhood from University of Johannesburg, South Africa. She was a visiting scholar to University of Agda, where she facilitated seminars for faculty and graduate students in February 2020. And besides that, Professor Moma is the Kenya Country Coordinator for the European Early Childhood Education Research Association since 2015 to date. He has conducted over 20 studies focusing on early childhood. Her research interests focus on nurturing care in early child development, policy, the girl child, capacity building, adolescent mothers, and orphans and vulnerable children, as well as open distance and e-learning. It's a mouthful. She has that wide of experience. Allow me to welcome her to give us her remarks. Asante sana, Professor, as you come.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't know who prepared that, that bio. Thank you so much. Distinguished participants, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me first to take this opportunity to thank those people who have played a critical role to ensure that today we are here, including HEMET, the Lake Region Economic Bloc Secretariat, the organizing committee, also to you participants from the different counties and those who are joining us online from our country and also from outside. It is a great pleasure and honor to join you today as we reflect on strengthening governance, financing, and accountability for development in Kenya. Investing, as early speakers have said, investing in young children is not only a moral responsibility, but also the most strategic investment a country can make for its future. The early years of a child's life, from conception, as Monica has rightfully put it, to about 8 years, are a period of rapid brain development when the foundation of lifelong learning, health, and productivity is established. Today, we will keep hearing this over and over because this is a critical stage. When children receive the right support through quality early learning, healthcare, nutrition, responsive caregiving, and protection, they are more likely to succeed in school and grow into productive members of society. For a country like Kenya, with a youthful population, investing in early childhood development is essential for building the human capital needed to drive sustainability, sustainable development. Indeed, as a former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once said, the best way to break the cycle of poverty is to invest in the early years of a child's life. Similarly, the Nobel laureate economist James Heckman reminds us that the best way to improve the efficiency of the workforce is to invest in the early years of children. The clear evidence supporting childhood investments, recent findings indicate that ECD remains underfunded, and that has been said by clear speakers. ECD Network, we conducted a study in collaboration with Mathematica, which is a US-based research organization, and the study was funded by Conrad Hilton Foundation. We examined the county budgets between 2020 and 2025. The study found that across the 47 counties, the average allocation for early childhood education accounted for 34% of the devolved education budget. That is the two functions that have been devolved. That's what we were looking at. And I'm sure when the chair, Oscar, was speaking, he talked of 0.9%. So we were looking at the devolved function and how early childhood is budgeted. With the budget absorption ranging between 65 and 72%, this indicates that even where resources are allocated, they are not always fully utilized. The study also examined financing for primary health care, which plays a critical role in supporting child survival and development. Budget allocation for primary health care ranged between 11% and 16% during the 4 years we were studying, with an average absorption of 72%. Some of factors were highlighted to have contributed to these gaps between allocation and expenditure, which include delayed disbursement of funds, limited prioritization of ECD in county budgets, and the reallocation of funds during the supplementary budget. Such that if reallocation has to happen, the quick and easy place to get the funds from is the funds that are allocated for early childhood. We also learned that even when they budget this 34%, it is not automatic that the 35% will be funded fully. So that is also another area. These findings raise an important policy question for all of us. What mechanisms should be put in place to ensure there is a clear, sustainable framework that guides financing for early childhood development in Kenya? Strengthening financing systems will be essential to ensure that resources allocated for ECD are protected, predictable, and effectively utilized. Another critical issue relates to multi-sectoral coordination, which has also been mentioned. Childhood development is inherently multi-sectoral because children's well-being depends on services delivered across sectors, including education, health, nutrition, water and sanitation, social protection, and child protection. Kenya's devolved systems of governance presents counties with an opportunity to deliver integrated services that responds to the needs of their communities. However, findings from our study, the ECD systems revealed that many counties heavily rely on donor funding to support multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms. While development partners have played an important role in strengthening ECD systems, this reliance raises sustainability concerns. It can lead to donor fatigue and delays in policy implementation when external funding cycles change. Additionally, some counties lack clear coordination frameworks to guide collaboration across sectors, which can result in fragmented service delivery. This, therefore, raises another important question. What measures should county governments put in place to ensure efficient and sustainable multi-sectoral coordination for early childhood development? Strengthening governance systems will require counties to institutionalize coordination structures, allocate dedicated budget lines for coordination activities, and strengthen joint planning and budgeting processes across departments. That has been highlighted by earlier speakers. Finally, let me highlight the importance of data in informing decision-making. Data plays a critical role in helping governments understand the status of children, identify service gaps, and allocate resources where they are most needed. Evidence-based decision-making strengthens accountability, improves efficiency, and ensures that policies and programs are responsive to the needs of children and families. However, from our study, it was revealed that several challenges related to ECD data systems, including fragmented data systems across sectors, lack of integration between database, reporting delays, limited accessibility of data, and technological constraints. These gaps make it difficult to obtain comprehensive and timely picture of children's well-being across the sectors. This, therefore, raises another critical question. How do we centralize and integrate data systems to mitigate the gaps and support evidence-based decision-making? Addressing this challenge will require strengthening interoperability between sectoral data systems, investing in technological infrastructure, building the capacity of national and county teams to collect, analyze, and utilize data effectively. In conclusion, strengthening early childhood development in Kenya requires sustained commitment to improve financing, from the ECD systems study reminds us that while progress has been made, important gaps remain. Addressing these gaps will require collaboration among national and county governments, development partners, civil society organizations, researchers, and communities. If we strengthen financing frameworks, institutionalize multi-sectoral coordination, and invest in integrated data systems, we will build a stronger foundation for the healthy development and learning of Kenya's youngest citizens. Ultimately, investing in early childhood development is investing in the future of our country and ensuring that every child has the opportunity to grow, learn, and thrive. Thank you.
I think the clap is not adequate for our professor, so we can do better. Thank you. Allow me, before I welcome the next speaker, just to recognize in the house our county secretary from Bomet, Sante sana kwa kuja, all the way from Bomet. We love that spirit. And then the CCMs across the counties that are here in the house, we recognize your presence. Directors across the counties, we recognize your presence too. Multisectoral team members that are also made themselves available for this session, we also recognize your presence. And the LREP Secretariat team, thank you for always being here and supporting. Our partners that also joined physically, we also recognize your presence. Thank you so much for coming. Our professor has mentioned a lot that I know we were taking notes in terms of looking at how counties should invest, and so that we come out of donor dependency syndrome and ensure that the sustainability and posterity in all that we are putting across as an investment for our children, and ensuring that we have evidence-based decision-making by working through also doing our researches, getting our data right to ensure that we support based on evidence. So thank you so much, Prof. And also looking at how do we have stronger partnership between the national government and also the county government. And we'll have a presentation from the COG in terms of how we can coordinate that. At this particular point, we might be chased away of from this particular room if we don't hear his voice. from the Lake Region Economic Bloc, our CEO. We are having in the house Dr. Victor Nyagaya, the Chief Executive Officer at the Lake Region Economic Bloc. He is the CEO of this region, and this block that brings cooperation and brings 14 counties together in the Western Kenya, and also looking at other counties like Bomet. Also, we have Trans Nzoia coming into play. Nandi is also part of the block. So in his role, he leads the block secretariat and coordinates strategic initiatives aimed at accelerating economic transformation across the Lake Basin region. Dr. Nyagaya oversees partnerships between the county governments, and whenever he makes a call to a governor, they all listen. And development partners and the private sector to unlock investment opportunities in key sectors such as agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and the blue economy, which Homa Bay is really championing. It has been instrumental in advancing regional integration, strengthening PPP, that is the public-private partnerships, and positioning the Lake region as an attractive destination for local and international investors. So under his leadership, LREP continues to promote collaborative economic planning and resource mobilization to improve livelihoods for the more than 14 million people living within the block. So we thank you so much for honoring this invitation and being in our midst, and we welcome you to make your remarks and open this session officially. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abella. First and foremost, before I proceed, I want to correct Abella, because in this webinar, we have governors listening, and they wonder that there's one individual who can make a call to them and they listen. You are jeopardizing my job. So that is not true. We have various ways of communicating to our governors. And thank you so much and welcome to this session. First and foremost, the chair of the block was meant to be here, but I believe he's proceeding somewhere and it must be listening to us. For unavoidable circumstances, he had to travel, but he's represented here ably with his Minister for Education. And I'm happy that I've seen the people we have been championing this cause all here today, because I remember we were in Dar es Salaam with Waziri, Professor, with my brother Kadenge, quite a number of people I'm seeing here. This means that we are committed to what we do, and we are what I would call resilient to what we are pursuing. And this is good because it means that the word continues. I would wish to be very brief. I'm not usually good at written speeches, but I'll do read for record's sake so that it goes into our data, because we had a professor here who emphasized a lot on data, and the data is very critical lately. In fact, in this journey, you are doing zero if you don't put data ahead of each and everything that you do, because then data speaks for what you're doing. If you don't have it, then the amount of stories, you're just talking. You are just talking to people, but there's no data. And I'll go straight to it. What I have here today is on leadership, governance, and financing for early childhood development. Good morning, colleagues and partners, and also welcome Sumu County and to the Lake Region Economic Bloc. For those who have not been here, please feel at home. And those who are coming to Kisumu for the first time, and I doubt it, please have your time later and look around and visit Kisumu. I'm sure you must be impressed with the level of cleanliness. And do I say I'm pleased to join this collaborative webinar, bringing together county governments, development partners, and implementing organizations who are all committed to strengthening early childhood development across our region. Early childhood development is one of the most strategic investments we can make in building strong communities and a resilient regional economy. The early years shape a child's health, learning ability, and future productivity. When we invest in ECD, we are investing in the human capital that will drive the long-term growth of the lake region. Investing, this one is critical, and I think Brother Kadenge emphasized a lot on it. And I would want to revisit it later because both at government level, national and regional, and individuals who are seated here, that word investment cuts across, and it touches from you going all the way to the national government. What amount of investment are you putting on your own family and on your own case before you talk about it at the regional level? Before you actually educate our people who control budgets, money, and invest in the general childhood ECD programs and to the national government. So what is your contribution to your family? What are you investing? Or you are just propagating, championing, or are you doing what they call, those who I think in church, they say, don't do what I do what I tell you. Because we don't know what you do. But we are interested in knowing what you do in terms of investment in your own capacity to your family and your children. First, leadership is critical. County governments play a central role in championing ECD within their development agendas. When leaders prioritize early learning, nutrition, child protection, and health services for young children, it sends a clear message that the well-being of our youngest citizens is fundamental to sustainable development. Second, governance and coordination are equally important. ECD is inherently multi-sectoral, requiring strong collaboration across departments such as health, education, social protection, and planning. Effective governance ensures that these sectors work together, policies are aligned, and services reach children and families in a coordinated and efficient way. Third, sustainable financing is essential to translate community commitments into real impact. Counties must continue to strengthen budget, allocation, and planning for ECD while leveraging partnerships with the national government and development partners. Transparent financial management and clear tracking of ECD investments will help ensure that resources achieve the greatest possible outcomes for children. This is where the Lake Region Economic Bloc plays an important role. As a regional platform that brings counties together, LREP is well positioned to strengthen coordination of ECD implementation by, one, facilitating collaboration and policy alignment across counties, supporting peer learning, and sharing of best practices in ECD programs. Two, three, promoting regional advocacy for increased investment in early childhood services. And four, strengthening partnerships with implementing partners, civil society, and development agencies. Then last but not least, five, encouraging data sharing and accountability mechanisms to track ECD progress. Webinars like these are valuable spaces for dialogue, learning, and partnership. By bringing together policymakers, practitioners, and partners, we can identify practical ways to strengthen systems and scale effective ECD interventions across the Lake region. I therefore encourage all of us to use this platform to exchange ideas, share lessons, and explore opportunities for deeper collaboration. Together, we can ensure that every child in our region has the opportunity to survive, thrive, and reach their full potential. Before I conclude, I need to say one or two things, and I hope it won't be a repetition. I think earlier on, Dr. Monica here did talk to you and mentioned that a while ago we had an opportunity to have many governors attending an educative session, a very serious educative session. And I keep thinking of about how they enjoyed the session. It was a very good session of learning. I mean, it's very interesting that you can have governors seated patiently for 2 days, listening to what you have to tell them about early childhood. And in fact, I need to let you know that by the time they left Mombasa, that's where we had this training session held deliberately, because as governors, for example, if you brought them here, 14 of them, Acacia would be a different story. So you won't have any concentration. So we thought we needed to relocate them away and then have the full attention gotten from them. And indeed, I meet them differently. And they say, man, you really made us know that we actually must put money in the early childhood education system. But you also told us something that we don't understand, that child's power, brain development, is effective within the first 1,000 days. And that brings me to say what Kadenge said earlier, that I think it was Kadenge or Dr. Monica, that we survive if you don't put serious investment in that child, then that child is just going to survive. And I'm not wrong to say that most of us survive. So you find that my brother, Professor Kadenge, survived his way to Harvard, because you are going to meet people who went through this process. But you have arrived there. How, you don't know, but you are there, competing with them. So now I don't think we really need to go back to that space of survival. We are now empowered. We are now equipped. We now know that we can put our young people at that same pedestal that is taking place in New York, South Korea, wherever. We want to create a platform for them to equally compete because of the investment that we have in them. It has woken us up that, like Dr. was saying, you wake up when your child is supposed to go to Form 1, and you have so much money that you've made in between. And therefore, you want this child to go to an academy, but you don't realize the money that you have should have been more effective in the first 1,000 years than to be in the academy. I'll give you a small story, very short. I was working in Nairobi, and my neighbor, a very senior lady, no mention of names, we were very close with my wife. And every time she came, there would be fish. So then there's this story out there that, Luos are brilliant because they eat a lot of fish. So poor lady took it literally. When the child was going to do his class 8, he put his child on a diet for 3 months on fish. The boy was just eating fish every day. Then he went and did exams. Then the boy flopped. Then he said, what's wrong with this young man? I'm told fish develops brain. And I've been putting him on a diet for 3 months. Then he comes here with 0 returns. So instead of laughing at her, I just told her, look, it's not 3 months. This is something you start from birth. As soon as the child is born, we do, because it develops in the system. It's not something you just take for 3 months, send the child, do exam, bring me results. So you see, the child has been surviving. So I think we need to get really what we are talking about and implement it. Help our friends, help our neighbors, and push it in the government agenda. We in the bloc have done tremendously good. I think we are already, and in fact, for us to have the governors, we also had the first ladies, so that this conversation is not just at the policy level, it is at the dining table of our governors and their spouses. It is a conversation that begins from that dining table to the national level through regional governments. So I think I don't want to say much, but that is indeed what we stand for. I want to thank Waziri from Siaya. I'm happy you are here. We spoke with the governor and he told me that he will be represented. I'm glad you're here already. So thank you so much. The Madam said here very clearly, I want to just reconfirm to you that we work in harmony. So sometimes I have to plead with those governors, not a phone call away. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Daktari. And we are happy to always have you and see you around, because your support has been so great, and we've achieved a lot with this collaboration.
Some of those who survived. I was supposed to, after that speech, formally declare this meeting open. Accordingly, I do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you always have a lot of wisdom in matters nurturing care. And I know even without the speech, you'd have really highlighted well matters nurturing care. You've been in this space for a very long time, and it's part of your DNA now. Sometimes back, I told you, if you woken up in the middle of the night to talk about nurturing care, you'll speak about it so eloquently, because it has been part and parcel of your life and this partnership. So we thank you so much, Daktari, for having graced this occasion and ensure that this session has been opened officially, both online and also physically. This particular point, allow me to introduce our other moderators. We are 3 of us. So we had Stella Mbugwa starting as off. Then I came in as Abelo Ward. I didn't mention my name. And then we have our third moderator, Esther Okello, who will join in later after the session that I'm going to introduce right now. So at this particular point, I'm also requesting both the online team and also the people present here that in case you have any questions, please write it down. We'll have a session for the Q&A. Please, the online team, you can also write them on the chat, and some of it will be responded as we continue with this session. So don't hold up. Please write any concerning matter, any remarks, any comments that you'd want to share. Please be free to share that. So allow me to welcome Stella this particular time to take it over. And as she does that, tea is just served out here outside the door. So we need to have a working tea. So we'll get out in tables just to pick some tea and come back in the room and have a working tea as we introduce the next speaker that is going to address us this morning. So thank you so much, and karibu sana Stella.
Thank you so much, Abella. It's been a very fascinating session. We've had case studies, we've had a lot about what is happening, and we are working towards moving children from just surviving to thriving and reaching their full potential together. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, all protocols observed, peace and well-being. We have another session where we speak about the role of civil society organization in ECD financing and budgeting. And we are going to have Mr. Joshua Osimba from World Vision International, and I will briefly introduce him. Welcome, Mr. Joshua Oseko. He is a public policy specialist with 11 years experience in public, private, and the development sectors, and is currently working with World Vision Kenya as a policy and advocacy advisor. So go ahead, Mr. Joshua Oseko. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Proceed, please.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much, and thank you, the Secretariat for LREP, for organizing for this particular engagement on investment for children, and especially on ECD. The professor talked about the issues on sustainability, on financing, and what we are bringing on board as CSOs is about, currently we're experiencing what we call diminishing fiscal space, both in the development world and the government. And as CSOs in the past, we have been engaging in terms of development, provision of services for the ECD, that's wash equipment, building of schools. We have provided for health and nutrition programming, but that space has diminished. And the big question comes today, what comes forward? And as CSOs, we have also what we call the sustainability issue that is also part of what we are thinking about. And as collectively, what we do in communities, we are doing what we call advocacy, either at community level and at national level. So basically, apart from implementation of the programs in terms of ECD provision of what I've just talked about, the CSOs were doing what we call advocacy, and specifically for World Vision, we're doing advocacy at community level, whereby we are able to talk to the communities on what are the issues that are affecting them and also affecting the well-being of the children in their communities. We have been able to disseminate the policies, the strategies, and the plans from the government to be able to acclimatize the communities on what they are able to advocate for themselves from the government, either at the national level and the county level. So basically, that's what we do. And in communities, I'm sorry, I'm not going to use what you're projecting. Sorry. Thank you. So in communities, like I said, we have disseminated the policies, which are just commitments from the government. What's the commitment from the government? So the communities are able to advocate and know what are the issues that they are able to get from government. Number one, in terms of budget processes, we've been able to have communities in the area programs or area operation programs where World Vision works. We have also been able to have collaborations with the other stakeholders in provision in ECD fraternity on how we are able to bring the citizens understand what are the roles of citizens, what are the roles of the service providers, and what are the roles of the government. So we have been able to do that. And basically in terms of budget advocacy, we have engaged in dissemination of budget documents, the budget policy on how we are able, the communities are able to engage with county governments in terms of budgeting, what they need to understand in terms of resources, the budget document, the county integrated development plans, the annual development plans, and basically the budget themselves as the budget cycle dictates. However, what we have realized in this particular endeavor is that across the counties that we have presence in, and this is not only from World Vision, that there is a weak collaboration or intake of what the communities are proposing for purposes of decision making in terms of an investment for ECD. I'm appealing to the panel or the people who are here that the communities are very important in terms of generation of data because they understand the problems at that particular level, what their issues are, and what are the solutions are in terms of local. For example, in the arid and semi-arid areas whereby we have pastoral communities, whereby there's mobility of people because of the pastoral nature, we are talking about, for example, mobile ECD centers. You find that counties are building schools or ECD centers that the communities are not utilizing optimally or long enough. So what happens in that context? How do the communities come in to engage the county government in terms of what do they need? So as CSOs, we have come in handy. We have been able to engage the county government because we have presence in the county governments that we are operating in, and we have been able to address those issues. In terms of, again, the communities, we have been able to bring communities to be part of the sector working groups at the county level so that they are able to address the issues of children at that level in terms of what they want to achieve. At the national level, as CSOs, we have also partnered with the national entities. We are talking about the County Assemblies Forum. We're talking about the Council of Governors in terms of trying to achieve for the communities, because we implement in the communities, how are you bringing the data? We have baseline, because before we go to a community to implement a program as CSOs, there's what we call baseline surveys. These baseline surveys form basis for data, and this data we share with the counties on how the data looks like. For example, if it's nutrition, how does stunted growth look like in your county? How does the ECD network, ECD early years education uptake look like in your county? So the statistics we have been sharing with the counties, and there is intake of the statistics, and it has helped significantly in terms of planning and budgeting. We have also been able to disseminate budgets. What is the reason for dissemination of budgets? Dissemination of budgets helps the communities and the CSOs or the collaboration entities that we are working with to be able to do analysis and also bring the counties into accountability. The reason we are doing this is for the communities themselves to be able to monitor how are services being provided by the county government and what are the gaps. For example, we understand the most glaring financing gap, especially in early childhood education, is about teacher-student ratio or teacher-pupil ratio. Across all the counties that in the Republic, I don't know which one has achieved the ratio as per the guideline. We have the issues of teachers. This issue we have been able to raise from the communities to the highest office of the land in terms of how do we achieve this. We may not have been there, but we are looking at how can we be able to partner in terms of filling this particular gap. Because again, we're looking at the transitional rates from pre-primary to primary. There's what we call inequality. When you look at the child who is transitioning from a private institution vis-a-vis to that of a public institution where the ratio of the child ratio is different, there's a likelihood that they may not be able to catch up in the long run in terms of education outcomes. So we are advocating for the teacher ratio pupil to be enhanced. We are advocating for the community health promoters to be enumerated. We also understand there are challenges around that space, because again, they are the primary service providers for the ECD in terms of nutrition. So that's what we are advocating to the counties, and trying to see how we are able to bring the counties on board to disseminate this particular information. We're also engaging in terms on child participation. Children understand their issues better than we all understand. How do children are able to come to the table to have their issues discussed with the duty bearers or the county government or the county governor, for example? We have been able to have our parents through the National Positive Parenting, which I think Prof talked about. We have been able to engage parents to have their children be able to speak out on what are the issues within their spaces that they think should be financed. And through this, we have been able to talk to counties to be able to invest in those particular areas so that children can be able to thrive. However, again, like we have talked about the shrinking space, just like in the national government or the government and the development world, what are the sustainable financing strategies? I understand it's very difficult to have what we call a fund in the education, in the nutrition sector, but in ECD, as researchers in the room, as panelists in the room, and as people who have interest for the child in the room, can we be able to talk about that counties can be able to have what we call the ECD fund? Because if you see, like, if today a county in 2026 is talking about employment of teachers in mass numbers, that means over the last 10 years or 13, 14 years, we have not had teachers. So governors are filling up. So what are the transitional defects of the children who have been transitioned from pre-primary in the previous years? So is it a conversation we can be able to have on the table? So for me, I think that's what we do basically as CSOs. We have been able to basically advocate. So yes, we are implementing, but again, because that space is shrinking, but we still build schools. And when we get grants, we still provide water, we still provide playing equipment, we still provide hospitals. We do vaccination in areas where there is there's high nutrition issues amongst the ECD. And yes, that's what we do. In terms of data generation, sorry, I talked about parents and communities in terms of how do they bring data on the table for purposes of enrollment. Our parents, our community, in communities that we're operating in, are part of what we call the PTAs. They are part of PTAs, and also they are part of what we call the county, the ECD boards in the specific schools. So development and of that data is very useful in terms of planning and budgeting for the county. So as we move forward, it's my plea that county governments can be able to engage with communities more. County governments can be able to collaborate with CSOs more. And also we are able to have sustainable solutions for financing, because the space is shrinking, but the demands are rising because, again, the population is also rising. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua Simba, for sharing with us the framework within which CSO and other critical actors are working to ensure that the child not only survives, but thrives and reaches their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone. All protocols observed. We're going to have another session shortly. And I would like to invite Eunice Daritsu Beba, who will take us through a conversation that is very important. The conversation is on moving from governance to investment, building the county level case for early childhood development. I will introduce her briefly. Eunice Daritsu Feba has extensive experience in many areas, a few of which I'll mention: project management specialist, strategic management, coordination, planning, and capacity building. And she is very passionate about partnerships and performance management, which intersects donor coordination, such as under UNICEF programming, human resource and social welfare committee, which she supports. And she has previously worked in sponsorship development for the Eastern and Southern Africa region, and has been in many universities, PAC, DESTA, Kenya Institute of Management, and is also pursuing a PhD in organizational leadership, and is passionate about early childhood development, which is a critical area of ensuring that children's issues are addressed, because they are a very critical population that we cannot ignore. Eunice Feba has worked at the Council of Governors from 2013. So welcome her, Eunice Daritsu Feba. Karibu sana, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella, and I'll allow that I stand on the protocols that have already been established here today, and I allow that I'll make it light. I will not be too serious. I know that we are sitting amongst professors and doctors, so sometimes it's difficult when you're sitting amongst them. But I'm glad that we are reminded that you are an average of the people you hang around. So, profs, CEOs, and everybody in the academia and in the ECD space, I'm sure I'm hanging around the right people. So I'm an average of us put together. But just excited about the conversations that are happening here today around early childhood development. And I know it's a building case that has continued over time. And of course, for those who are stepping into the field, where especially for us who are trying to explore it and asking ourselves, how is the topography like? There are many things that come to the fore. Allow that I begin by just saying from a governance and just from a general devolution policy angle, when you look at the early childhood, the framework that is established, and we're looking at the natural care framework, I like speaking on this one specifically because what comes to mind immediately, especially for those who've been in the space, we would think quickly about what a child needs. But I will not look at it only from what a child needs, but then I'll look at it from a devolved and governance level lens. What does it mean? When I looked at this quickly, one of those things that comes to mind when I think about the natural framework, it's good health. And what does it mean? Health is a devolved function. So I need to be asking then, who needs to provide for me that good health? We're talking about adequate nutrition. Again, devolved, because nutrition goes together with health and agriculture. How are we getting that food available? Okay, responsive caregiving. Again, this is around the caregivers. It's just compounded around how we're enabling the mothers and the parents and the families to take care of the young ones. Again, within the devolved space. Security and safety at that particular age. Again, within the family setup. Everything they need within that space is available within devolved space. we look at opportunities for early learning, a devolved function. So what does it, for me, in sum, it just tells us the question would be, how are we tapping into the resource available within the devolved space? And is it sufficient? If it's not, then what do we need to do differently in as far as this is concerned? But I'm glad a lot of the things that I was going to speak to have already been highlighted. So I may not dwell on it, and I'll speak more towards then what do we need to do around financing as a family, as an ECD team, because then it's not an individual. If you go alone, you will fail. And is it a civil society fight? No. Is it a governor's fight? No. Is it an academia fight? No. It is our responsibility. So how are we going around it, all of us together? Allow that I begin by a slide that I borrowed from one of my colleagues' presentation from UNICEF, and it baffles me every time I reflect on it. From the census report of 2022, it's our data as Kenya. This is KNBS, and it says that we have 41.3% of our population being children, that is 0 to 17. Yet our investment as a country, both within the county and at the national level, we say we are dealing with the biggest population of youth, who are 31.6%. So then the question begs, do we know what data we have, or whose data is it? Whose is it? Who should then utilize this particular data? If I take children together with the youth, I'll tell you we are at 74 or 75% thereabout. So what does it tell us? As a people, we need to invest in those specific populations. Otherwise, we have a red flag ahead of us, because then the question that begs is, who are we investing in? One was that the areas that we're investing in, or when we talk about ECD, we're speaking to devolved in one way or the other than a few components of registration and access to maybe birth certificate and things like that. Those would be at national and the policy topography level, yes. But then the question of service delivery and the population itself, it's actually within the devolved space. How are both levels of government intentionally investing in these populations? A snapshot, and I think Prof, you spoke to this a little bit in as far as investment is concerned. And just again, to note from the analysis that was done last year, and this I borrow from a study that was done by UNICEF together with Bajeti and other teams, is that counties spend about an average of 13.6% on early childhood development. Again, since we have the experts in the room, the question would be 13.6% of what? Annual budget of the nation. What does that mean for us? And then if you split that budget that is within the system, within the control of budget books, 90% is within the national government, 10% is at the county level. So it means a majority of that funding is actually going to not necessarily the early years, but going towards the education years of the children. And then, of course, on average, again, the counties spend an average of $79.5 to $83 per year on a child between 0 to 8 years. Food for thought. Again, we look at the growth, and we will actually build on this. The growth of that budget, you'll actually see the spending over the 3 years. It's grown maybe by up to $3 max over a period of time. 80% of the health expenditure in the books, again, shows that it goes towards ECD, early childhood development, issues of nutrition and things like, not necessarily nutrition directly, but and preventive care. Curative care, not preventive, because I think we're not doing much in as far as preventive is concerned. But again, remember, holistically as a country within counties, at least 30% of the budgets go towards health. So where does it leave the rest? I have highlighted nutrition expenditure because within the budget, it's 1% of the GOK expenditure. I'm not speaking about county expenditure. GOK, this is the government of Kenya expenditure. And then remember, The cost of hunger in this country is 6% of the GDP. So again, economists in the room and experts, I'm hoping we would dig into this and then ask ourselves, so what are we investing in? And we need to look at it against the blueprint of the country and what areas we are saying we're investing in. On early childhood development, early childhood education, counties are investing around 8% of the budget. And remember, this is after a lot of advocacy that has gone into it. And even when we say ECD, what does it mean? Is it going towards the salary, or what goes directly towards the child? I will leave it there, even as and give us room to ponder, even as we proceed into this conversation. And it's a conversation we must have. And allow that I mentioned that I am making this presentation on several assumptions. One, and I'm pegging it heavily on the Constitution of Kenya, that one, the most effective tools that are being used to threaten devolution and undermine its consolidation and undermine the consolidation of the devolution gains actually is refusal to allocate resources. And this is heavily at the national. Are we allocating sufficient resources to county governments to enable them perform their functions and effectively deliver the services? It's a sad story that 16 years after the adoption of the Constitution and 13 years after the first election of devolution, but we still face the serious threats of undermining consolidation. And when I say this, I mean, I would want us to look at it again from ECD lens, but also look at, for example, early childhood education, a function or an area that was heavily, not necessarily within the limelight of budgeting. There was not even in one clear budget in as far as that function is concerned. However, we assume it ought to be done, as in how it's something that we then need to ask ourselves, how do we need then to approach this from a national level? Because again, like I said, you may make small gains at a county level, which is very good, but how do we then get it as a country? If you look at our policies before and even within the devolved space, within the devolution period, there's been a lot of clawback. And there's need for us to actually say, do we need to actually go back and audit some of the policies and laws that are being established in Kenya today? One of the financial principles that anchor the Constitution of Kenya actually is matching devolution to funds flow, which means funds must match the following function. So when we talk about ECD, we should ask ourselves, if ECD, we can define it and say, is it a function? If it's a function, yes, that cuts across sectors, what then should be the resource that goes towards that particular one? It's also implied that the requirement that the national government should not use its policy and legislation or policies and laws to underfund the mandate of counties. So again, we go back. When we say 1% of the budget is what is spent within nutrition at national level, what do we need to do so that then we are growing that? Look at it against the GDP. National governments, again, from where we sit, from COG, we say, ought to actually support us in auditing its policies and laws and ask the difficult question that, are these laws enabling devolution or are they killing devolution? And why I say so is because devolution is not about county governments. Devolution is about both the national and county government, because it is a principle within the law and we adopted it within our constitution. Allow that we quickly just look at the principles of that actually are there to finance devolution. I look at the principle of financial autonomy. In this particular principle, it actually emphasizes that that on source revenue and financial efforts are important to ensure better and accountable governments. And it actually means that county governments are actually supposed to have their financial autonomy. And we look at it in two respects. One, access to sufficient revenue, that is from OSR, that is on source revenue, and also even from the resources that are actually mobilized. And then number two, there's the ability to determine their own budgets and budgetary priorities. So then here we will go further and ask ourselves, if the county receives, let's look at it, for example, in the first phase where we had 226 billion, a county has received, let me say 10 billion. How do you then allocate? The counties determining their own budget and budget priorities. How does ECD find its way into that? Article 175B requires that county governments be availed reliable resources and revenues to enable them govern and deliver services efficiently. So again, in the conversation, one of the presenters mentioned about delayed disbursement. So then how does that impede on the delivery of early childhood development services? We look at the principle of financial autonomy. It does not stand on its own. It's balanced against the principle of solidarity, again, which recognizes both the horizontal and the vertical imbalances that exist within the physical capacity of the government and necessitating financial equalization measures. Again, we actually talk about it and we say within the provisions of the sharing of the revenue between both levels of government, the question should be aimed at supplementary county-owned revenues and enable them to grow and govern and deliver services. Unless we enable service delivery, which is a holistic package, especially within the first 8 years of a child, and we cannot separate it from the functions themselves, I think we have a long way to go. It's provided for within the law, but what are we doing about it? Article 201 requires that the public finance systems promote an equitable society. The burden of taxation is shared fairly. Revenues raised nationally are shared equitably among national and county government. And I think why I'm raising this is because it has become that song that people would say in the public lens that it's governors making noise to get resources sent to counties. But the question is, for what is that resource going to do in the counties if we don't advocate for it jointly? I'm hoping by the end of this, we would actually be saying as a team or as a family or as experts within the early childhood space, what are we doing differently to advocate for resources? Because it's within that basket that then we would be able to fund early childhood development. We of course speak to expenditure that promotes equitable development within the country, not one area, but all the whole country as a whole. While we're still just within the same principles, allow that I speak to the principle of prudence and responsibility and use of public funds. And this is because because of the financial autonomy that exists in the respect to the ability to determine their own budgets at a county level and plan for them within the CIDPs and the plans, the Constitution requires prudent, responsible use of funds, which entails value for money and use of money for the right purpose. So when we talk about accountability, is it a requirement or is it that which we need to request? No, it is across board, both at the national and at the county level. Are we seeing financial prudence? Principle of prudence and responsibility of public money or public resources. It should be then our drive towards saying, if this is what we need, what are we going to be asking for? Allow that I also just finish that component by just in mentioning that the Constitution establishes the principles of accountability to the residents of the counties, who must see that funds are being used prudently and responsibly. And the people here are part of the residents of the different counties. And those who are either from where you are, if you are not necessarily from Kenya or across the board, wherever you are actually expected to ask for prudency in the management of the resources. With all this in mind, then the question is, are the devolved system of governments able to clearly deliver the assigned functions with the powers given to them? Yes or no? I will not answer. Do we have adequate resources to finance or enable the governments to effectively discharge their functions? I will leave us to us here because we are having a conversation around financing, because they have to go together. When you speak about financing, it has to go with the governance. Or we speak about governance, what are you governing? Or what is the governance all about? The general principle of resources matching functions is actually one of the bedrock that would actually enable us, if we follow through, to ensure that then we are getting financing for some of these critical services that are required, which are actually devolved functions in a broader sense. I believe all of us have, if you haven't, maybe you can actually make reference to the Gazette notice that was released on 16th December 2024 by IGRTC. And that Gazette notice delineated functions for both levels of government. And in the process disclosed many county functions, of course, that were being performed by the national government and which were transferred to county government. So what does that mean? Either we had a lot of duplication, and we still have those duplications. DLNet the same. Yes, the Gazette notice provided for that. The funds then ought to have matched and followed the functions. Has that happened? I will not respond because we are in this space together. I will just run you through some of the findings from that, some of the things that came out of that. We were calling it unbundling of functions. Within water, which is core to early childhood development, 58 billion remained at national level, and its functions that are being done at county level. And then I'll pick on health, 3.2 billion. Agriculture, where nutrition issues come from, 105 billion. In total, I'm just skipping the others because I'm looking out for those that affect us directly. If you look at education, for instance, there was no specific amount pulled out. Yet, we are all live to the fact that, because this has not been done, the costing for education has not been done, we need to do it, then we pull out and be able to say, what would it then have costed to run an early childhood center? With all that, generally, we have around 272 billion out there at the national level, either duplicating a function that is already being done by the county, or it could be over and, but let's just assume this is the figure. So what does it ask? Where does it leave us as a people? Assuming today we were sitting in this conference and our ask was, what would happen if we asked that the national government sent the 272 billion to county governments? This would mean we have grown our revenue. The projected revenue share in the coming years is going to be around 425 billion. If I had this, it comes around let me work averagely 600 billion. It would mean even the wage bill we are talking about would go down, and the percentage we are talking about the allocations would automatically go up in as far as development is concerned and across the functions that we are speaking to is concerned. And this is just means not looking for any new resource, aligning the resource that we have within the government and allowing that each level is actually implementing adequately. I will not bug you with that. Let me jump quickly into this again, an interesting slide that, that again comes from government data on child poverty and our trajectory as a country. From this, I think this was done by in collaboration with the UNICEF and the national government. Again, data from KNBS and the Treasury. And it shows that the Kenyan GDP grew by 43.5% between 2014 and 2022. Yet we same period, our poverty level slide on the children population, it still then tells us if this is the poverty level growing, it means the people who are affected are people who actually cannot speak for themselves. So most likely they are the children. Again, what does it tell us? There's a disconnect between the economic growth and the improvement of the well-being, not just of the child, but of the population as a whole. Because then the question is, what do we need to advocate for differently? If the government, for sure, we are investing and we are doing infrastructure, does that equal to economic growth Does that equal to improvement in the well-being of its population? Food for thought for all of us, because we are in spaces of influence and we could actually provide answers to this. Again, ask ourselves difficult questions. What is return on investment on the different populations that we engage? It's clear, again, when you invest in early childhood, the prenatal care, and the ages between 0 and 3, we have higher returns. But what are we investing in? We're investing in infrastructure and the higher education and things like that. Education is critical, but how do you invest in education for high school or university if you never invested in early childhood development, which is the core developmental stage of a child? Allow that I begin to summarize our thoughts into what I would call our call to action or areas of interventions that we may need to begin thinking through even as we reflect on our stakeholders. At the national level, we have the Vision 2063. Now we can't talk of Vision 2030 because it's coming to an end. What are we looking at? What is our strategy towards influencing that particular vision? How do we ensure that issues early childhood development are actually anchored either as enablers or fundamental groundings for that blueprint? Because we must actually ensure that the country it is for us to determine. Policy alignment. Does policy speak to each other? We were conducting a conversation with the State Department for Children's Services and appreciate them for good progress we've made in as far as the integrated early childhood development policy is concerned, because we've had a lot of back and forth and it's now at cabinet and we're hoping that we could make progress. It's through that we're actually even modeling a policy that counties can adopt, and it's all inclusive and encompassing. How are we aligning policies for the benefit of early childhood? The costing of early childhood development. What does it cost? Everybody tells their story, but nobody has actually sat down and said, this is the costing. We hope that in the next phase, because the government has spoken to this even at summit, that we need to undertake costing, that early childhood development would be at the core of the processes, that we could actually tell what it costs to run early childhood development, because we must invest in it. Of course, we've spoken to data in planning at this stage. We have spoken about the multi-sectoral coordination, both at national. At national level, we ask ourselves, we need to have an intergovernmental framework. And I'm glad 2 weeks ago when the stakeholders were meeting, the government, both levels of government were meeting in Mombasa, one of the things that we agreed on was to have an intergovernmental coordination framework for early childhood development. And we hope this would actually help us unpack the coordination within the health ministry at the national, the COG, and the different departments is for ease of coordination of even planning, because there's a lot of duplicity within that. And then also remove bottlenecks that allow for delay in implementation. And then of course, holistically, how do we advocate for equitable share to counties with all this in mind? So that then it is not just a request or a plea by the governors, but plea by the people of Kenya asking, can resources help us improve indicators like the CIDP guidelines? The State Department for Economic Planning helps us, and we work closely with them in ensuring that this is done. As we do the midterm reviews, how do we align? And I'm glad a number of partners, including UNICEF and others, are coming in and saying, how do we have a guiding principle for counties that even as they do this midterm review of CIDPs, that we have a clear criteria for inclusion of early childhood, and what parameters and indicators can we measure thereafter. Within the county level, how are we modeling? And I'm glad a number of counties, including those of the Lake region, which we really celebrate, are doing an excellent job localizing policy. But then the question will be, once we have the national level policy, how do we domesticate or align what we have to the national policy, because we've removed all the bottlenecks between and allowed that the policy is responding and giving the responsibility to the leaders within that level. Because when you're at a county level, you can't say children are for the national government at a particular age and they belong to a county at a particular age. No, the leadership they know is that which is near them, which is county government. And we are happy that the policy will begin then now to give that mandate to counties to provide leadership in support of early childhood development. Budgeting, I know we've spoken about it, but there's a lot to be done. We have budgeted, yes, but at execution, things fall through the cracks. How do we then track and ensure that what we plan for, those budgets don't go away direct, that Prof, like you mentioned, in supplementaries, because that is the easy way to actually remove budgets. But again, for sustainability, we must begin to allow that the counties are planning for some of these. We've spoken about multi-sectoral coordination at national, the same at the county level. It's happening, yes, but then the question is who is designated for that coordination? I think a coordinated framework that is equal, that is standard would be very critical, so that then when you walk into a particular area, you know, I'm dealing with health, education, nutrition, but who is bringing us all together to ensure that that is working well? Critical to this conversation is issues of digitization. We need to have an integrated ECD data management system that actually acts as a repository for the integrated health, education, and social protection, all this together, so that then you're not looking for data all over. And I think it's one of those things that we're really driving at and looking forward that we could actually anchor some of this, because it's already work in progress. If you have a fully working health data system and education standalone, you don't need to run all over. I hope we can do this together and see how do we then strengthen that. And as far as data is concerned, and also having data for evidence and decision making. Counties developing statistical abstracts within their counties, it's a requirement that they have data to inform planning. Even some of these population data that are very clear within each of the counties, they can actually pull it out and utilize that. Again, as we move into a political space, we are already in it. The question again is, are the political blueprints, the manifestos that will be coming out, will they be speaking to early childhood development? And I think this should be one of those things we dangle to our politicians and ask them, where is early childhood development? I pray for a day, and this is me, when, allow me to use this word, when we will say ECD is a sexy topic for a politician to campaign with, because they would see votes coming alongside it. And then, of course, capacity building for our communities to engage better, to undertake behavioral change in as far as home hygiene and everything is concerned. And then, of course, integrating ECD into the already existing frameworks, including the social protection programs. And I pray also that we could draw away from making ECD program based, so that, but it becomes an initiative that are driven within the services that already needs to be provided, so that it's not just hinged on a project and when that project ends, that is it, but we could actually make it sustainable within our planning. And lastly, but not least, important that we document. A lot of good stories have happened within the networks, but the question is, who is telling our story? Our story can only attract financing when somebody knows it and can be scaled up to other counties. Otherwise, when we keep it amongst ourselves, we're not doing ourselves justice. How do we build on one, then it's helping another? And I'll use this within the knowledge sharing within COG. We had a case of Muranga doing very well in dairy. And we were very excited about dairy farming in Muranga, and it was doing excellently well. People from my county, that is Nandi County, went to visit Muranga County, and the question was, how can we be having rain and Muranga is beating us? Through exchange learning, now Nandi was doing much better in as far as milk production is concerned. And I'm not saying this because it's a competition. It's not a competition, but it's an opportunity to learn from each other and scale up. Through documentation of what we are doing, we will be able to scale results and allow that then other counties are able to learn from it. In close, allow that I ask us, how do we make ECD attractive today? It's time for us to build an investment case for ECD, even as we have these conversations. Because it's one thing for us to talk about it, and another for us to say, enough is enough, and this is what we are going to do. Specifically, we are having conversations at a time that is political. How do we then grab the attention of the politicians and say, look here, we are the civil society, we are the development partner, we are the government, we are the people, and this is what we want. How do we then package our case for ECD, not just for it to be on a paper, but for us to attract resources for the same. And then it's upon that we can say we will now dive into how are we utilizing that resource in as far as governance is concerned. Unless we take our advocacy to another level beyond the county now and go to the next level within the budgeting frameworks, within the policy influencing, like now what is happening within the country, I think we have an opportunity. A lot is there to be done, a lot is being done, but I believe with what is happening, and if we just scale it a little bit, we will see a lot of financing in as far as early childhood is concerned within the county space. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Council of Governors, Eunice Feather, for that sharing, the call to action, talking about the Vision 2063, telling us the gap between what we know and what we do. What I really liked was the statistics you gave, because that's some mathematics there that needs to be looked at and unbundled. And finally, that data speaks, and data is very important for evidence-based advocacy. So thank you so much. And now we'll give it the floor back to Abella. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stella, for that session. I know it was a learning session for all of us. At this particular point, allow me to welcome the third moderator of the day, Esther Okello. Karibu.
A round of applause for Stella and for Abella and for Eunice for the presentation we just had. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we are having this conversation here today. And I'm also glad that the way the program has been arranged is so that we had the previous speakers implementing on the ground. And then we have the Council of Governors with Eunice representing, giving us a very good discussion on how governance can be strengthened. And then now we come on board with a section of Kenya, the Lake Region Economic Bloc, executive leadership. And we are going to lead you into a panel discussion to see how all those items that we've been talking about can be done in reality and how to improve on this. So today's discussion brings together the county executive members who are representing the various governors of the various counties. From the Lake Region Economic Bloc, we normally say that if we have 6 counties representing, then the rest of the 14 counties are all here represented. Today, allow me to note that we have a representation from Kisumu County, Siaya County, Kericho County, Bomet County, both Kericho and Bomet County. The delegation are here under the leadership of the county secretaries. We have Trans Nzoia County represented by our very able director. We have Bungoma County. We have Vihiga County is on his way. And by extension and by representation, there is also Homa Bay County. So we will be focusing on the discussions that have been held before. And so it is good to know that we are uniquely positioned Just as our CEO had articulated earlier, the only item that he did not accept, but we need to allow him to accept, is that he has power because he's coordinating the 14 counties and there's a lot of work that he has been doing. So at this juncture, we will be bringing on board the various speakers. And like I said earlier, they are representing the various governors who are supposed to be with us here. And as the CEO had said earlier, due to some unavoidable circumstances, the implementers on the ground have been sent to represent them. So the first panelists we have, and you'll be giving a round of applause to them as they come, is Honorable John Awiti. You'll allow me to speak briefly about Honorable John Awiti. This is the only moment that we praise you for the works that you have been doing. So allow me, Honorable John, to say that John Awiti is the County Executive Committee member for vocational training and social services in Kisumu County, where he leads the county efforts to strengthen education systems with a strong emphasis on early childhood development and education. In this role, he oversees policies, programs, and partnerships aimed at improving access to quality, early learning, teacher support, and child well-being. Further, he has championed major investments in ECD sector, including infrastructure expansion, recruitment of ECD teachers, but above all, I've had an experience where he has established, I think it's the first county in LREP to establish a quality assurance and standards committee. So it's very important to take note of that. He's also a strong advocate for holistic child development, promoting nurturing care approach that integrates nutrition, health, parental engagement, and early learning. Aside from that, he has also supported multi-sectoral partnerships. Again, we were building up from the ESSEC leadership that he has been championing to advance school feeding programs, nutrition initiatives, and development of county ECD frameworks to ensure that children receive the support needed to thrive in their formative years. And to exemplify that, I know that it is in Kisumu County that we have yearly ECD competitions, and they normally leverage on the nurturing care components as their thematic area. So every year we have a yearly a component of nurturing care. Could be good nutrition, could be good health, and it's normally a very, very good competition, especially for the children within Kisumu County. So I'm welcoming you aboard. Come forward and take a seat. The next presenter, next panelist, we have Honorable Agnes Chipkorir Ngeno, the CCM Education, Youth, Sports, and Vocational Training from Bomet County. Honorable Agnes serves as the county executive member in Bomet County, where she provides strategic leadership in strengthening early childhood systems and education services across. Previously, he was teaching with a 15 years experience in education sector, and she also previously served as a deputy principal before joining the county leadership. Her current role oversees policies and programs aimed at improving early childhood development in education, including the expansion of ECD infrastructure. He has also championed initiatives that promote holistic child development that includes all the components that we are looking for. And through her leadership, Bomet County continues to prioritize nurturing care in early childhood development, recognizing that investment in all the components are key. Welcome aboard, Waziri. A round of applause as she comes until she sits. Until she sits. Let's continue clapping for her until she sits. The next in line would be one of the implementing partners that we have. Allow me not to read his bio because he has been here before, but of particular importance to the discussions that we have today, we are bringing on board Oscar Kadenge. And it's good to note that from the previous bio, before you step forward, Oscar, it's important to notice that through your work, you have contributed immensely to the design and implementation of community-based ECD initiatives, capacity building for frontline workers, and advocacy for policies that prioritize the holistic development of children in their early years. So it's very important that the insights that you will share builds into this discussion. Welcome aboard, Oscar. Let's clap for him until he gets here. Can we have stronger claps? Louder, louder. Thank you, thank you. Welcome aboard. The next panelist that we have is Professor Edgar Otumba from Siaya County. Allow me to shower you with praises. Dr. Edgar Otumba, now professor, serves as the county executive member for education, youth affairs, gender, and social services. You can note how different the different departments are named in respective counties. In his role, he provides strategic leadership for strengthening early childhood development system. Dr. Otumba has been very instrumental in advancing early childhood development and education in Siaya County through the various infrastructural development, recruitment issues, and professionalization of ECDE teachers and policy aimed at improving access to quality early learning. The county has prioritized initiatives that enhance enrollment, retention, and quality learning. Now, worth noting is that we like talking about Siaya County at all times because it is from Siaya County that we replicated the Smart Start initiative for the Lake Region Economic Bloc. In Siaya, it was the Smart Start initiative. It's worth noting also that indeed it was initiated by the first and second administration, but he championed the transitioning of that program from the second administration and very smoothly so to the third administration, and it has been very strengthened and running very strong. So through his partnership with the county departments, it is Siaya County that the multi-sectoral development has been very strengthened through this. Dr. Otumba continues to advocate for strong early childhood development that ensure every child in Siaya County receives a healthy nurturing and stimulating start in life. Karibu sana daktari. Let's have stronger claps for them. Thank you so much. So we're going to build from the discussions that we've had. And we have a very powerful team here with us. We've been talking about implementation. We've been talking about policies that are very well developed, but we need to bring them then to the ground and see to it that they are effectively articulated at the community. And earlier on, you realize that from the presentation that we had before, Eunice talked about 75% being youth and children in Kenya. So when you look at the population of Kenya, we have about 47 million. Out of that in LREP, we are talking about 16 million Kenyans. So it means that if we were to take 75% of 16 million then that would give you an average number of the teams that we are focusing on. Then aside from that, if you're to go down again, you'll realize that we are talking about having about 2 million children whose interests we have and whose interests we are talking about here today. Now we have a number of items, number of concerns that we would wish that this team addressed. Like I said earlier, we have a component of Oscar who has been implementing on the ground, but then they catalyze government processes. So these are a very powerful team that have been working on the ground to see to it that ECD is effectively done. So allow me to start from Waziri, from Bomet County, because Bomet has done quite a lot in nurturing care for early childhood development. And my question for Bomet County would be very particular and designed in one of the wins that they have that sometimes in LREB we consider as a best practice. Bomet County designed and implemented an effective multi-sectoral nutrition policy that strengthens nurturing care for early childhood development. I would wish that Waziri would tell us what lessons we can perhaps pick from the experience on how this was effectively scaled across the entire county and how we can build on the same to support the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which for now we are using as a lever and also as an example that the rest of Kenya can copy from.
Okay, thank you very much, Easter, for this opportunity. I want to say I'm so glad to be part and parcel of this panel, and we are bringing on board what we are actually after in our early childhood development and even early childhood caring. So I'm glad to say that in Bomet, we have a population of 53,000 ECD learners that are actually still school going in the age of 4 to 5 years, which we have actually BB1 and BB2. In Bomet, what actually prompted us that is the nutrition, that we were way above the malnutrition of the national, whereby we were having 22%, which is actually above the national or malnutrition. So in that case, that is actually what prompted us. And in Bomet, we have the school feeding program, but we actually call milk program, which is a wholeheartedly, and it is actually a multi-sectorial, whereby we involve all the 10 departments in the county. We have the agriculture, we have also the health department, we have the water department, we have the roads department, we have all the departments coming in, because this one we cannot do alone. Our role as the education department. So what actually we are doing is that in providing of the milk, I remember the CEO when he was talking about somebody who into consideration, and we say that this nutrition, it cannot only happen when the child has been born. It started even before the child is born. That is immediately after the conception, there must be a balanced diet for the mother so that there will be an healthy baby. That is why we have in Bomet the high iron beans that is from the Department of Agriculture. We have the high iron beans that is being provided in the Department of Agriculture. Which are rich in iron. We also have the zinc. And in health department, they actually take care of their malnutrition to see to it that all those mothers attend the antenatal clinic so that at least they give birth to healthy babies. So that is what we actually do in Bomet, that is providing the health high iron beans, the mothers, and even the children. Remember, the developmental stages of a child is between 0 to 100 days. That is where we have the developmental stages of a child that actually guides the children in developing. So the lessons to the health is that what we actually do is that these departments, apart from being there. We actually remember our colleague when he was talking about the budgetary allocation, because it's about financing. So we actually incorporated all the departments, that is the multi-sectorial department, multi-sectorial approach, so that each and every department provides a 2% of their budget for the actually school milk feeding program. And this has gone a long way. That is, we started this one in 2020, when we started the milk feeding program, when the governor was on his first term, and it has been running. We also have the challenges that we have been encountering. That is what he has said about maybe the disbursement from the national government, since we have G2G approach in the KCC where we get the milk. But what we are doing as the county government, also with the help, our governor is working around the clock. We are doing our own cooperatives that will be able to provide milk for the children, and we are working to it so that we can see that we have that. So to the lesson to the LREP departments or the LREP teams, that it is actually a multi-sectorial, that we need to actually unite all the departments so that we can be able to accommodate each and everyone, because we look at the population is actually growing, and the higher population is at the lowest age. So we need to take care of that one. So it involves all the departments to take into control or take into action so that we can be able to have everyone on board. That is what we can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. Thank you for the response that you've given us, and showing that indeed it is possible for all counties plug into, all departments to plug into a specific program, like it is very successful in Bomet County. Allow me at this point to recognize that the governor for Bomet is online and is listening, and has just listened to Waziri talk about Bomet County. So perhaps if time allows, we would also give him an opportunity to give a remark. Thank you so much for that. I would like to build it up from where Waziri has left and travel all the way to Sierra County, and knowing that whenever we talk about ECD, what comes into mind first is usually the classroom, isn't it? So if we have the infrastructural development, is it possible that we can view ECD, not ECDE, as beyond the classroom? So then how can the Lake Region block counties reposition early childhood development and education as a comprehensive child development investment that goes beyond infrastructure and ensure our systems would still deliver quality, nurturing, and equitable outcomes for early childhood development?
Thank you, Esther, and everyone. Greetings from the county government of Siaya. We are glad to be here and to offer insights into the discussion. Now, in Siaya, our approach is also multi-sectoral, where we have all the departments involved. And our nurturing care in Siaya is governed from the Department of Governance and Administration. And we have a team which is called ESEC, the Extended Smart Start Executive Committee, where all the CACs are members. So in terms of investment, the investment comes from all the departments. So we have increasingly framed ECD under that multi-sectoral approach, and we link the ECD centers with the health outreach and nutrition. We have recruited a number of teachers on permanent and pensionable basis, and they're all professionals. We have infrastructure expansion with learning materials and solution systems. I wish to inform us that Siaya is currently 80% in developing a state-of-the-art model ECD. It is stationed in Bondo. In the next few months, we'll be having that institution and running. We expect that that institution will be a model showcase for all ECD in the home country. Now, in terms of shifting from classroom to child development systems. We agree that the brain of a child develops between the ages of 0, that is at conception, up to 1,000 days. So it is not all about brick and mortar. In terms of development, we wish that the action that we will recommend to all our colleagues and in all government. First, regular teacher recruitment and stabilization of payroll. We talked about exchequer releases. We have teachers, we need to pay them because we're going to use the language of finance people because the money has not come. We need to strengthen that aspect. 2, we need to institutionalize continuous professional development. That means we keep upgrading our teachers. And 3, let us have indicators in our annual development programs beyond brick and mortar. The psychomotor development of a child mostly is not on the building. The children learn more in visual things that they see and things that they can touch. So in CIA, we insist that beyond the brick and mortar, we will get into the psychomotor of the child. And then we talk about the school feeding. What we have in CIA is fortified porridge. Fortification means that all the nutritional requirements are inside the porridge. It is not just porridge for the sake of it. So we can be able to have child developing out of that school feeding program. And because we said we are multi-sectoral, we also include the agriculture food chain. All the ingredients in our fortified porridge come from our local farmers. So it also improves on the agriculture food chain. So lessons to learn from us to LREP and maybe beyond LREP. We would wish that our counties develop a unit which we call a multi-coordination unit, whereby you have the health department, you have agriculture, you have water, sanitation, education, social protection, infrastructure. Then all that is governed from one center. So that when we budget, we all budget in one setup that can be able to improve on our systems. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Waziri. Thank you so much. We have talked about what we are doing to the child in Konoin, down to the child, perhaps maybe in Murmalanga, in Siaya, Ondisi, or Chianda. Now, allow me to take it to a child somewhere, maybe in the deep heart of Kisumu County. And today, Waziri wears 2 hats, representing our chair, the Lake Region Economic Bloc chair, and also representing the leadership of Kisumu County. And so what we are putting in mind for Waziri is how the Lake Region Economic Bloc counties can focus on costing, financing, and prioritizing early childhood development, because that has been the greatest challenge. And as we look at that, we are to focus more on what are the key non-negotiable interventions that should be costed and prioritized in county planning document. So as you speak for Kisumu County, you also speak for what we can pick as LREP and also what the rest of the county, because people are watching what we can pick for the rest of Kenya to support our children. So over to you, Waziri.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity also to welcome you to Kisumu County, because this workshop should have been presided by our governor, but because of official commitment he has outside the county, he requested me to represent him here. So please feel welcome on behalf of our governor. And I would want also to thank you most sincerely because you are here on behalf of a very special member of the society that cannot go for a workshop.
Yes.
The kids,
Very true.
we must always do it for them. And so I think you are doing a good service and we must do it to our best because a speaker here made a statement that if you change the beginning of a story, then you change the whole story. And that is exactly what we are handling. Because we had a story which must be changed from the beginning. Because if you are very keen, you will agree with me that we have done serious disservice to the kids of this country for a very long. Before this development, there was nothing for the child. Till now, we now started, and that is why you can see there are a lot of challenges which are coming out, because these things seem to be very and kind of an emerging issue to majority of the stakeholders. So thank you very much for sacrificing your time here. Coming to your concern, I would want to state here that in Kisumu County, the department that is in charge of the ECD is called Education, Technical Training, Innovation, and Social Services. And so we have a directorate of ECD. Within that directorate, we have the director, then we have the team that he has in the office. And then we also have SESEC. SESEC is County Early Childhood Education Committee. Below SESEC, we have Quality Assurance Committee. And then below it, we have now our county coordinators that are collecting all the concerns and those data we are talking about, the monitoring and all those other activities, then bring to the quality assurance, go out themselves, get all those concerns. Then their finding is presented to the SESEC that meet on quarterly basis and then now present their report to the governor on quarterly after their meetings on regular basis. And so when we are talking about financing of our ECD, and if it has to be done well, you must really engage the system fully. In Kisumu County, we always ensure that we align our activities and programs for our CIDPs, to our ADP, and also in the fiscal strategy papers, so that even when we are to go along to engage any other partner, they must find that the level of engagement is also captured officially in our documents. In Kisumu County, we have also gone to establish our ECD Act and regulations, which is ensuring that the programs and activities that are priority are enhanced within our budgeting process, so that at every budgeting process, we are sure and certain that our location for infrastructure is given as agreed upon. Our location for staffing issues like the salaries and the recruitment of our ECD teachers is captured as planned. And there are figures that would want to use for feeding programs and teaching learning materials are captured. These are things which are known, and we don't debate about it with our finance department because they are captured in those instruments. So I would want to say that for the Lake region and even beyond, we need to ensure that we prioritize the activities that would want to be done for the kids and fight for it. What I know, as was presented here, the budget process for counties always go a long process. And sometimes you find when challenges come along the way, you will always find even supplementary programs come in and they slash a bit. And sometimes, just as we are saying, somebody somewhere is likely to say, and we slash also for the children. So if you ensure that whatever location for the child is not to be slashed, and you make sure that even when he's going for the approval and application at the county assembly, you lobby and make sure that the allocation for the children remains contact. That is what we have done in Kisumu County, and it has helped us to some extent.
A round of applause for him. Thank you, Waziri, and thank you for highlighting what is very key in terms of the policies that have been supported in Kisumu County. Of interest is the Children's Act, the Kisumu Children's Act that has been developed from the Children's Act 2022, and also considering that there are regulations to it that now support implementation. So it is very important to also note that all this that he has been saying are very well articulated in the county integrated development plans. We also have the county fiscal strategy papers and the ADPs, and also the AWPs, the annual work plans are moving forward, because from what the speakers are saying, there's a lot that is happening on the ground. The county governments are doing quite a lot, but we are still not yet there. There's still a lot, considering the presentation that was made, even though it was speaking from a lot of data from KDHS 2022, we know that a lot is happening, but yet we are not yet there. So that is where we bring Oscar on board to look at the missing link. What are we missing out as county government? So what is the general missing link between policy and practice in advancing nurturing care for early childhood development? Then aside from that, would you also speak to whether we can have a particular framework for action that can bring together or catalyze county government towards investing in ECD? You've also heard how Waziri has talked about how often the budget for children is slashed to take care of other competing priorities. So how do we do all this as county government? Over to you, Mr.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure again to be able to speak to you, this esteemed audience here, and those following us online. Allow me to begin by, first of all, just doing something that is in line with protocol. One of the board members of the ECD network is here. That's Pat, and that's Dickens. I just want to recognize that you're with us in this room as a board of directors member. Thank you. Yeah, so let me begin from where Eunice ended. Eunice ended by saying that our problem is that we do not have an investment case for ECD in Kenya. Someone asked, I think, a very prominent leader in this country, what does it cost to educate a child? And the answer was, we don't have any data. So how do you finance that? How do you fund that? Policies can be in place, but unless there are actual figures that we can actually, we can work with, then it becomes very difficult for us to move forward. Allow me to give the example of investment cases that I have led to develop for a couple of countries. I led the development of the investment case for Tanzania, for Rwanda, and for Burundi in ECD. The result of which is that in those countries now they have figures that they can actually pin government down on and allow for this financing to happen. A short while back, again, I had an opportunity to work with the Department of Basic Education, which was charged with leading the work of ECD in South Africa. The result of which is that that review, once government was made aware of the fact that 17 rand were not enough for educating a child in South Africa, President Ramaphosa himself actually spoke at a national convening and increased that to 23 rands per child, which was less than the 30 that we had proposed, and that country has moved forward. So what am I trying to say? Unless we know what we want to fund, then policies will continue to remain on paper and they won't be put in practice. So what I would also like to caution against here is that if we go into any budget and look for an ECD line, we might not find it because ECD is multi-sectoral. So when I made my presentation earlier, one of the things that I did mention also was that it is necessary for us to be part of the budget sectoral analysis, to look at where the money goes. Instead of us just talking about, that cash was allocated, we also want to go to the place of being able to say, what is it that that money did in terms of improving the outcomes of children? On a side note, again, before I just go into showing how we have made this work, I would like to also mention that if the leaders of this country, including yourselves, took time to just read papers on adverse childhood experiences, adverse childhood experiences. And I'm saying this again, adverse childhood experiences. Then you would understand the long reach of early childhood development. I've said this in many forums, that the child is the father of the man. And you sitting in here are actually a product of your childhood. When investment is not made to enable you to actually thrive and move from just surviving, then there's a challenge there. And so what can we do practically? We have basically talked about a lot of things going on in the country, and I want to just show how we can make nurturing care for early childhood development work. At the end of which, my sister Monica, I'm going to ask that we actually write back to the faculty that trained us, that the project we designed one afternoon in a cold winter has actually been taken to scale, and we now need to receive our master's certificate. Yeah, so that is something we should do. So the first thing we need to do is to strengthen services and integrate. And this is something that we did when we began modeling this Smart Start initiative. And we looked for pathways, existing platforms that you could actually make nurturing care get embedded into. And one of these is primary health care. It's a very critical area where you can utilize existing health platforms just to make it possible for us to be able to, using routine visits to the health facility through PNC, ANC, and so on, you can actually make it possible for us to build the capacity of other communities that work with children. The second is to adopt the Care for Child Development Package, which is something that has been done, I think, across most of the counties that we are dealing with here. The Care for Child Development training package has now been adapted for Kenya, and it will soon be launched. I think we just finalized that activity about 2 weeks ago, and that is going to help in terms of building caregiver capacity in building their relationships with children. Friends, when you are raising a child is dependent on an adult to be able to thrive. If the adult is incapable of providing that care, then the child cannot thrive. The situation we are having in our country right now, even with the leadership talking to people and finding themselves getting abused, being told stuff, is a result of not having good interactions with our children at the early years. The third thing is to ensure that when we are providing support, and remember I'm talking about strengthening services and integrating care. Here, there are there's a three-level model that we adopt. There's the universal support that is given to all children, which means that we all understand that all children need some support. All children need some support. Then we have that targeted support that goes to them. So we moved from universal to targeted. Targeted meaning that there are those children who need additional support. There is additional support needed because they are either lagging behind developmentally or they are not in a place where they're able to thrive as expected. So unless we target those ones, again, we will fail to achieve the outcomes that we are working towards. And remember that there's one strategic development goal that we are working towards, that children under 5 are developmentally what? On track. That is 4.2. And if we do not do that, then we miss out on those children. And then there is that group of children that need what we call indicated support, specialized support, children with needs that are actually different from those of other children, around being able to, catch up with their peers or being able to navigate their disabilities and so on. We need to be able to focus on those children because they're a component here. And therefore, in our programming, we have always made sure that that is also taken care of. So 3 levels: universal, targeted, and indicated. And this is part of what is modeled within the nurturing care framework. Then the other thing is around leading, investing, and formulating policy. So when we talk about multi-sectoral action, it just simply means that we plan jointly, we implement by sector, and then we monitor jointly. I know sectors need to keep their spaces. That is important. But what we need to understand is that we can plan around one child, all of us, and then implement by sector, and move from implementing by sector to actually monitoring jointly. And that way you begin to develop what we call polyvalent workforce. You and I are capable of monitoring what is going on in education, even though you're not an education person. You can see what's going on in child protection, even though you're not a child protection person, because your capacity is being built while you're working. And then I will also mention, just in passing, that we need to also look at how we can basically work around social protection policies, the cash transfers. What are we doing in that particular regard? Have we added anything in terms of what we are moving down to the vulnerable households? If not, then it means that we need to get into spaces where we can influence that to happen. I would like to mention that we also need to focus on families and the communities within which they work. So empowering caregivers. I love it when I go to Siaya and I see Nyathie Miemise Motegnochon. Isn't that so? Yeah, that's what we would say. So the community imbibes that and begins to speak it in the churches. It begins to be a message and everybody knows. So you have empowered caregivers, engaged communities, and then you work towards supporting their mental health. For those of you who are aware, UNICEF already is running the caring for the caregiver curriculum training. And I think there was a training here in Kisumu last week. Yeah, so that's what we need to do to be able to also take care of mental health. A mad person cannot develop a good person. I didn't say anything. Number 4, we need to monitor progress and use data. Friends, I think we have a lot of AI available right now. We have data tools that we can use to track indicators. And recently, I think we will be told about this later on, the Global Early Childhood Development scale that was developed by WHO and the UNICEF Early Child Development Index were used in a recent pre-KDHS survey. And we'll look at the data around the early years, what it is telling us in the counties that were visited. And we need to also implement surveillance. I think one of our challenges is we wait for these children to be brought to us when it is too late. So in communities, when we are implementing, we need to actually work with the community health promoters and those that are within the community, those who have a reach in the household, to monitor when developmental domains or milestones are not being realized. And finally, when we think about local solutions, let's give agency to the community. let them be the ones that design. Don't go there with parachute minds. You know, you are coming in with an answer to your problem, and I have not told you I have a problem. So first, listen to them, pass power and the ability to make the decisions to those that are at the level of, you know, managing the child. And then also, I would like to say, in part of innovation, please adopt digital solutions to some of your training programs. With that, I just want to say that again, finally, make sure that you bridge evidence with bridge the divide between evidence and implementation by actually making sure that you have science in the research work that you're doing. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to really appreciate the items that you have outlined. Of particular interest is the targeted investment that we are supposed to be putting across county government. And many a times there are children that are somehow forgotten about. So as we do all these programs, we need to be focusing on the children with needs. The one thing that I've also liked is the idea of polyvalent workforce that would really make the strengthening of the multi-sectoral sectors that many counties have developed work very, very effectively. And so pushing it also from policy to focus in communities and particularly in the families. At this point in time, we have had quite a broad form of discussion. I'd said earlier that we have the governor for Bomet. If we would allow him to speak, we will be guided by the teams that are working technically. Aside from that, we have very limited time. I've been informed that we've gone past the hour. And so we would allow for questions from those who are with us virtually, just 2 or 3 questions. And then I'm being advised that the governor is okay with giving remarks. So we just allow, once he's on, you will alert us and let us know. Aside from that, we have people who are watching us virtually. So we are allowing for questions from the virtual team. And then we will get questions from the team that are physically present with us here. So from the in-person teams, we will allow for a bunch of questions because we are here, we can talk to the panelists directly. So in the next few minutes, do we have anybody online who would want to ask the panelists a question? There's an online question.
Thank you. You can hear me. Thank you very much. There are several questions, but just I'll just give 2 that speak to issues that have been discussed in this panel or before. There was a request for a case study on finance or accountability mechanisms to ensure quality services for all young children and young people from the county. So they want a case study in the counties on how financing and accountability mechanisms have been done effectively. There was another one on SDG 13 on the role of climate change action in Kenya. Thank you.
Kindly repeat the question. We lost you at some point. Please repeat what you have asked.
There is a question on a case study from the counties, if any, about how financing and accountability mechanisms have been used effectively to ensure quality services for young children. That may have been mentioned, but in case there is another, it can be shared. And then on the role of climate action with regards to Kenya's role as a strategic strategic continental advocacy around SDG 13. Thank you. Back to you.
I would request that we would have any of the panelists to address the accountability measures for the county government and how effective they are. Perhaps I would give it to Waziri from Kisumu. Oh, we are guided that we take all the questions. There are other questions. Proceed.
Okay, my question, or this could also come as a comment, is whereas we are focusing on all children, there's a high likelihood that there's much more focus on children in public schools. So just good for us to note that there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of children in private early childhood development education centers. So even as we do programming, let's also focus on those particular segments. And lastly, to ensure sustainability, then that should ideally be government function, just going beyond pilots. Thank you.
Thank you. We can address the two questions on accountability. And then the other question on public schools, being a focus on public schools. If it is a feeding program, then we are likely to focus on public schools and forget about the private schools. So we'll have Waziri Edgar address that. And then Waziri on sustainability. Waziri Agnes, you can address the issue on sustainability. And perhaps maybe all of us would work on one item on sustainability as a kicker later on. So let's go to Waziri Awiti.
Oh, thank you. In Kisumu, issues of accountability is taken very seriously to one extent that we have elaborate arrangements with various departments to ensure that the little resources that are used for ECD are well taken care of. We have departmental reporting. There is a department of ECD. The director of ECD reports at given periods on the plan, the budgeting process, and everything that is in place. And in the budget process, we have arrangements with the finance department. We have arrangement with the county assembly where we are interrogated right from the initial stages up to the stage where the budget ends. Then we come to procurement, where the Department of Education County Assembly starts interrogating the procurement here. Then we go next stage to the budget department of County Assembly. So the oversight that County Assembly is doing is well structured in a manner that up to the point that we are utilizing the resources and the outcome is well arranged and accounted for at every stage. Then we also have our internal auditing is very particular, and they check right from the quality of infrastructure at the sites where the ECDs are, they liaise with M&E and check all that we are doing at any given time and give reports. And if there is any concern, then the department is called upon to respond before it goes to other stages. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's look at the next. Thank you for the response, Waziri. And indeed, it's also good to point out that we also have an oversight. The legislative, the county assemblies also do a lot of oversight on the programs and the implementation processes across counties. So allow me to give Waziri Otumba opportunity to respond on the public schools given preference over the private schools, especially in some interventions.
Thank you so much. And allow me to mention to everyone online and present here that just 3 days ago, we had a mass meeting, all CECs for education in Nairobi, and that issue came up. And the question is this: to what extent can we use public funds on a private enterprise? Remember that those public funds have to be released through the exchequer. Does the exchequer allow me to spend public money to finance an institution where people are paying fees? Because as per the Basic Education Act, education is meant to be free at all levels. So it's a challenge. And one suggestion that we made was that then, if we must perform functions that are meant for national government, then the function of education then has to be fully devolved to the counties. Otherwise, as it is, there is a gap. Or alternatively, we propose a revision to the Basic Education Act so that counties or county governments then have a role in private institutions. We can then register the institutions, register them. We can then control the quality of curriculum that is provided. And then we can also be allowed to employ teachers so that private businessmen and businesswomen do not then intrude into our function, which as per Schedule 4 is primary education. As it is, it's a challenge that has to be grappled with. Now, as we are also discussing the same, one suggestion we have is that we need to allocate funds specific to pre-primary education, then ring-fence it in the budgets so that when it comes to these issues of supplementary, the funds are not interfered with. But the question is this: as per the Constitution, pre-primary education is supposed to be devolved, which means that we take from national government. And the same Constitution says that the resources need to follow the function. So did the resources follow that function? Your guess is as good as mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. Thank you for that response, which also makes us wonder whether ECD is a public good or a private burden. Thank you. Waziri Agle?
Thank you very much. For the questions that we have, there is the online questions, and I believe also there must be also the questions that we have physically. But to join my colleagues in what we have actually said, what Waziri Daktari had just said about maybe the private entities and even the public schools. I think what we can only do is the county governments, what we have actually been doing, for example, in Bomet, when we're having maybe capacity building for the teachers. we actually bring all of them in board so that whatever they are doing, the curriculum that they offer, because we have the same curriculum. Yeah, so we normally bring all of them in board so that we have all the teachers have the same content that can be able to actually bring on board. What we are talking about maybe the in the devolution conference that we had last year. When the policy is there, can actually be able to go a long way. The challenges that we have just said, what Daktari has just said, that it is as good as mine. We have been having the challenges of the teachers because the pay that we make in Bomet is not the same as the pay that we make in another county. This is mainly because of the resources that we were saying. If we have the functions that we do as the county government, because we have early childhood has actually been devolved. We also have technical training colleges have also been devolved, but now the resources have not been devolved. So we are saying if these resources are actually fully devolved, we can be able to actually sustain. But in our capacity, we are struggling so that we can see that it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. There's more.
Thank you. I think there was also some concern about the blue economy, which I notice is going unattended. Yeah. For in Kisumu, on blue economy or climate change, we are very particular on a special undertaking, which we call kitchen garden, which we have made as a serious program for all our ECD centers. And we go to extent of sharing with the administration of primary schools to provide us with space. Of course, they give us space for the playground for the kids, but we also request for an extension to do kitchen gardening. And this one here has become very successful, except that in some particular situation, like now when the rains are too much, there are some pockets within Kisumu County where now the kitchen gardens are flooded and may create a bit of a problem. Because from that multi-sectoral ECD packaging we were talked about here, we engage the Department of Water to ensure that every ECD center is supplied with water. That is either borehole, they provide a tank or piped water to every ECD center. In Kisumu, we have gone slightly further than that by working with a partner that is now helping us to do water purification. And when we have come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, that even some of these waters we take here can still be purified further because they have not reached that other level. And we came to learn that when water is properly purified, it has a special taste. It's very nice. And the children would want to take water all the time.
That's quite interesting.
Yes. So in Kisumu County, the fact that our climate and we're also very close to water, there are also specific centers that we have aquaculture. We are having fish ponds, and during the harvest, the children are changing diet. And we have come to find out that during the harvesting period, the attendance is very high. It's always 100% because the kitchen garden is veggies, But when now harvesting is done on fish, you change by a diet to come to fish and things like that. So we are doing a bit on this, and we are very happy that progressively we are going to reach every center so that the vegetables is not an issue in our ECD centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You have a comment, Oscar?
Now, mine is just to draw attention to a recent study on the effects of climate change on caregiving. Of course, most of us are aware that we see a lot of statistics on how floods disrupt schools, heat wave, how it is that drought causes an increase in malnutrition. So a recent research that was undertaken by Samuel Hall, it's a consulting agency, and Uthabiti, did find out, they actually made one statement. When childcare stops, everything stops. And the question they asked is, who is it that actually stays with a child when the child gets sick from contaminated water after floods? Who stays with the child? The mother. Isn't that so? Who repairs childcare centers damaged by storms? Who repairs them? Who walks further for water during droughts? Who absorbs the economic shock when families cannot pay for childcare fees? Nasikia hiyo? And a lot of these things have to do with climate effects, the climate change effect. So they needed a couple of things to happen. That you reduce caregivers' climate burden, redistribute responsibility, represent caregivers in climate decision-making spaces, and also reward caregivers, fair wages, social protection programs, through social protection programs, and also recognizing the women or the caregivers as being climate leaders. So there's a study that was done recently, and this is out available for you to read if you want on the Uthabiti website.
Yeah. Thank you for highlighting that. Allow me, Waziri, to give opportunity to Governor Barchok. His Excellency Barchok is online and he would like to give remarks. So welcome on board, Your Excellency, Governor for Bomet County. We are ready to listen to you. If you're muted, kindly unmute.
Yeah. As the governor is coming online, I just forgot also to mention that we have a policy that any contractor putting up an ECD infrastructure in the ECD center, after everything is done, it's a policy that they must plant 200 trees within that. And right now, the director is here. He has given directive that now we are changing to fruit trees, which is compulsory. Before you plant 200 trees in the center, we don't qualify, we don't sign those contract papers so that you are clear.
Okay. Are we ready to listen to the governor? It's not yet on board. So would like to allow for questions from the audience. It's very important. We've listened to very many good things going on in the counties. But later on, I would also wish that the panelists give us one item that they would wish to do to promote sustainability So we can have a few questions from the audience. Could somebody help with the mic? Sheila, kindly.
All protocols observed, Dr. Angeline Kiroi, CC Health and Sanitation at the county. I'm appreciative of the coordinators and the planners of this meeting today. It is very striking to note that we are talking about 12 million residents of Helrem, that today's discussion would favor them. And I will present 3 points. Some of it are just points to note for the team. For Nandi County, we passed our nutrition policy 4 weeks ago, and we are behind CIA and Bomet in terms of implementation of the multi-sectoral approach to supporting ECD nutrition and health in our county. But with the policy in place, we have started working together to ensure that we have common financing in terms of allocation of resources. I want to mention that as much as we're asking for resources from national government, we all know that there are challenges. There's need to improve our OSR, on source revenue, because with it, we have a lot of flexibility as counties, because that is your own resources. You can actually allocate and appropriate as need is demands. And this would be easily achieved through digitization of our revenue streams. And this has become very clear with digitization of health services. Today, we are able to account for our resources, including staff and even the consumables. And we are able to see that the revenue from health is actually visibly increasing from time to time. The other thing that is important for all of us is that there are realities that we face today. I think our economy and others have been faced depression due to COVID-19. Shortly now, we are going to face a challenge with the transition of financing of malaria, TB, and HIV. And this is a reality that is likely to shake all of us, even as we talk about the financing. And this demands that we critically remain aware and look for opportunities to improve service delivery. Because without good quality health for our children who are mostly faced by malaria, then we find that achieving the quality ECD might not be realized. There is another reality today. There is war that is ongoing. That war is likely to affect all of us. I think we may not have felt the impact as much, but it's coming. That the cost of goods and services is likely to go up. Are we prepared as counties or even the LREP group of counties to face this? These are the challenges that come. They are part of nature as we face a lot of rain effects in the last 1 week. I would wish that we also focus on quality food for our children. I know we have improved on K-wash sanitation aspects, and we have reduced microbial contamination to some extent. But then there is an aspect of chemical impurities in our food. The food that we feed our children, how has it been produced? Are they coming from greenhouses with a lot of spraying that is done? Is that food safe for our children? A lot of snacks in our shelves, they are high energy density foods. They are not good for our children. How do we change the behavior? And I know very young children are very good. If the teacher tells them not to take soda, not to take, a lot of sweets, they might listen and even influence their parents who purchase these foods as a way of making them happy. but they are not good for our children. And we see young teenage girls today who carry pregnancies and they are not able to have normal deliveries. A large percentage, up to 40%, have to go through cesarean delivery. Why? Because their developmental stages, they do not get adequate bone health and bone growth. You know, their pelvic floor is not adequately developed. And if you trace back, could be the nutrition that we exposed them to early in their lives. So these are some of the discussions that we need to create opportunities for sensitization so that as we talk about that early childhood life, we improve on their health, we improve on their nutrition, and ensure that they develop well. Lastly, touching on health, we know that vaccination responsibility or acquisition of vaccines and procurement is now purely a responsibility of our national government. And all of us are aware that for once, we've faced delays and shortages in vaccines. So those are some of the things that we need to put into perspective. Asante. Thank you. What's your name? Dr. Angeline Kirui.
Thank you, Dr. Kirui from Nandi County. And thank you for the insights and sharing with us what we can do differently as county government. The one item that I picked clearly is the item of digitizing revenue streams and the cash flows for county government. If that is done effectively, then the PPPs that was earlier talked about can be very effective so that we don't solely rely on the partners or donor funding or purely the government, even though it's their mandate to do this. So that kind of sourcing or resource mobilization will be very, very effective. We are allowing for more questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I gather you are Easter, rather. My name is Hilary Masai. I'm from Bungoma. I'm the director in charge of ECD. One that would maybe directly go to the panelists and maybe just wrap it up with the earlier presentations is the issue of a milk program in Bomet. That milk program is quite exciting. And as one of your presenters said in the morning, I think I feel sexed enough to talk about ECD issues. 2%, she talked about 2% from every department. We come from counties, and as the Honorable CECM from Siaya did put, where we have people from finance. People from finance are initially from the Gender, Culture, Youth and Sports Department, where we run a sports program, cultural program called Kikoska. And our efforts to get other departments to come in became very difficult because you would be told in Bungoma, there's a term that is gaining traction. I wonder what's happening in your counties that is called domiciling. Yes, you would be told that this is not domiciled in our department and therefore does not have a budget line. So that in essence, then the multi-sectoral approach to ECD becomes a very big challenge. So I was just wondering the mechanisms and the convincing language, and if the PFM that is being implemented in Bomet is any different, so that you have a buy-in from other departments to give 2% of their budget for their milk program. And maybe for the large audience, and I'm talking to Oscar also as our lead person in terms of the ECD space. In Bungoma, we call it the ECDE. And maybe Waziri is here, Honorable Engineer Agnes Wachie. Maybe that's where we lose it, Waziri. Maybe we should call it ECD and the E. So that now you are bringing in all aspects of early childhood development. And of course, we have the aspect of education. The problem actually that we have is financing. And Oscar did talk about the global 1% use of our budget for the ECD, and maybe 10% to education, which I've ably said should be earned education. Do we need a convention in Kenya, an ECD convention, so that one of the declarations from that convention then would say this kind of percentage, and maybe that would give us latitude to have a reference. Because if you talk about, for instance, women issues, you would always refer to Beijing and the declaration thereof. Or if you're talking about climate issues, you would talk about the Rio or these other internationally. Do we need a national convention? And then maybe put it as a recommendation and use all the fat languages that we know, so that then we would refer and have a buy-in from excellencies, the governors, so that they would put. Because as matters stand today, you are given, and I liked what Honorable Awiti said, that in Kisumu, some budget lines are not negotiable. But even when they are not negotiable, what happens is that during supplementaries, and my English, I'm an English teacher teacher of English of about 14 years, tells me that supplementaries to augment, to support. But it's only around our counties where supplementary means reallocation and actually losing money and not gaining money. I think there should be a redefinition of terms so that we don't call it supplementary, as it were. Because today, even in Bungoma, apart from salaries and these other things, we also have quality assurance and standards, which is a standalone. We have, within my directorate, we also have staffing. Now, when we are doing quality assurance, that is where the private sector comes in. We have to find out what they are doing, because it's possible that they're offering education, but we are not sure about what they are doing there. So quality assurance is not just for public schools. In Bungoma, it's also for the private schools. And finally, Waziri from Siaya. There's been a lot of talk in other blocks about model ECD centers. You talked about a model ECD center in Siaya, which is a state of the art, to just borrow your language. And already Muranga and Kiambu have been the talk of the country. I was wondering, are you doing a one-stop shop? Because what we now have, Madam Moderator, are not even ECD centers. What we have are ECD classes domiciled in our primary schools. You know, yes. So how do we navigate that space? And if the model that Waziri talked about is going to be replicated across the county, because if you have a model, then it should be present in every part of Siaya, every part of Bungoma, and indeed the LREP region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilary, for the very informative comments that you've given us. I've been guided that we are running out of the online time. But there's a bit of responses that we need. You've talked about a convening or a convention, which ECD Network has been doing very, very effectively. At LREB, we also have very many platforms and where we talk about early childhood development. I want to redirect the questions or the observations that Hilary has made as a part of the summaries that we're getting from the panelists. To Oscar, initially when we started having this discussion, you talked about counties, the need of counties to develop an investment case. So perhaps maybe you can summarize and tell us how perhaps we can do that and whose mandate would it be for county government. And then Waziri Awiti, you talked about very many innovations that have happened in Kisumu County, some which are yet to be scaled up. So perhaps maybe identifying some of the innovations that you have, what is it that we can effectively, and this would also go to Waziri Agnes and Waziri Edgar. What is it, what is the one creative approach that we can use from the pilot to national impact without losing quality? Because there are many things that are going on in the counties, but over time we lose quality, we forget about it. Right now, we know that we've been rocking this child in the cradle, but we don't know at what point maybe it can step out of the cradle and be lost somewhere. So what is it, the one item, what is the one creative approach that we could use that would support us to scale the pilots that we have without losing the qualities that have been initiated, especially by our implementing partners? So Oscar, you'd summarize. We could have Waziri Edgar or Waziri Agnes, and then Waziri Awiti. Then Oscar, you summarize by showing us the how.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it is known and accepted countrywide and worldwide that in governance, a multi-sectoral approach to issues works. It has been tested and it works. The best in terms of counties, like we did in Siaya, embed that idea in the CIDP and let us adopt it's called top-down approach. For us in Siaya, we are guided from Department of Governance. The governor is the champion, the first lady is the patron. So once you have that buy-in, then it's easy for the rest of the other departments to put in some funds in the budget. And it works. It has been tested and it works. Briefly on the model ECD, the one we're building in Bondo, it is a standalone. That model ECD has classes for PP1, PP2, the playgroup. We have a playground. We have a library. We have a computer center. We have offices. We have a parking area. And we have a place for mothers. They're called breastfeeding area. And we also have classes for people with special skills. Then we have a hall, a training hall where we'll be doing capacity building for teachers, where teachers can go for that in-service extra training. So in essence, it is school within a school. It's not just the normal ECD classes that we have. It is a standalone and will operate as a standalone like that. We are building one in every sub-county of Siaya. Siaya has 6 sub-counties, and we hope the same will then be replicated throughout. Because I will not speak again, I have been warned that time is going. I want to quote from a guy called Frederick Douglass that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men and women. I'm sure that a number of us here are already broken men and women. Let us do the reverse thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just say I am so glad for this webinar and the plenary session that we have had. It is just an informative that we need to go and look back, because that is the beginning where we begin all that. In this natural care and even fall session that we have had about our early childhood development or early childhood education, we actually need to actually carry. It is everybody's responsibility that we have to take in. When I was recommending that in Bomet, we are having it. This has been actually championed because we bring on board all the departments that they know they are supposed to take part in it. For example, in the transportation of the milk, where we are having the border guys taking the milk to the schools, transporting the milk. So in that case, the Department of Trade, and then we have the cooperatives, and our governor brought in board all the border circles so that he gives them the support, and they are registering in the circles, and they can be able to be actually sustained. So that is why all the departments have it, because we have the youth department will come in, because those are the one involved in the border. We have agriculture coming in, and then we have also the other departments that are coming in. So we want to say, let us take up as everybody's responsibilities, and we know that we're going to make it. Just like what I've taken in, that we have in Bomet also the digitization of the revenue collection. I know it is going to work, and actually having everybody accepting that we have to pay actually our dues to help in our government. So I want to say, let's take up the initiative and have our children well fed. But it is not about the children alone. We start with the mothers, because the mothers are the one who bears the responsibility, so that when they are well taken care of, our communities will be able to live again. Otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. In Kisumu, the department, our department, also housing PWD issues and sharing with the members of the PWD, we have come to find out that a good number of them are in that state because it was never discovered at appropriate time. That means, in fact, that is what Dr. Tumba is talking about, that we are already broken. When the foundation mistakes were done at the foundation, nothing was discovered. There's nothing that can be done to do the repair. So in Kisumu County, we are specializing now on special need training for our ECD teachers. And we have gone further to sponsor a good number of them in training colleges so that we are able to detect these special need cases as early as possible, and they are placed where they belong, or if it's normal, the health department will advise, and then they are integrated. Because what has come out, I had we do quotation a bit. If I also quote Wole Soyinka, he said that there will never be any replacement of the relationship between the teacher and the learner. So if you have a quality teacher that understands the child all round, then we'll be able to lay that foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I proceed? Yeah. Okay, that's it. All right. So thank you very much, Hilary. I think I want to just speak from where you asked the question, can we have an ECD convention in Kenya? Yes. I think it would go beyond the ECD conference that we have. This is a bigger conversation. How do we do it? We have the IGRTC, that is the Intergovernmental Relations and Transition Committee that recently developed guidelines that are called sector forum guidelines. This is what the policy that is currently before cabinet on ECD. This is the platform that it has taken to be able to bring together all arms of government, civil society, the private sector in one platform to speak. And I would say that once the policy is in place, it will be very easy now to convene that national set of actors and have a conversation. And there's a how in it. And I think I want to align that also to the recently released policy on devolved systems that government just cabinet approved last month. So there's a lot that we can actually back on, remembering that the ECD network only does what we call in terms of coordinating actors, but the responsibility of bringing these actors in that particular space for us to have governors, to have the ministers or the CSs and everyone else to take a authority that has that. And so the sector forums is one of the governance structures that we have put in the ECD policy, and that will be one that will actually convene. In terms of nomenclature, I think government is also very clear. It is we who get confused and still stick to ECDE. You will not find it anywhere in government documents. If you're talking about early childhood education, there is an Early Childhood Education Act, not an Early Childhood Development and Education Act. It's very clear. So it is we who confuse. When it comes to education, just talk about early childhood education if you want to focus on ECE. But when you're talking about ECD in and of itself, it already takes into account opportunities for early learning, which is part of what we call the education component. So we don't need to split it. I think take it from us. We are the ECD network for Kenya, not the ECD network. Thank you.
Thank you for the conference. Yes, to read the remarks from the governor. We were not able to get hold of him because he was multitasking actually, being here and being also in another meeting. So we'll proceed with the remarks from the governor.
Okay, allow me to actually give the remarks from His Excellency. He sent his greetings to you people, and he was happy that he joined you. But I believe next time also he will still be there to make his remarks personally. Yes, I can say call to action, to regional action, the vision for health, scaling Bomet's best practices across the Lake Region Economic Bloc, strengthen regional food security, child health, and overall well-being, positioning the region as a leader in holistic early childhood nutrition and development. What success looks like: every county department owning its nutritional mandate, dedicating sustainable financing in place, children across the region thriving and reaching their full potential. LREP region recognizes a model for Africa. Together, the counties of the Lake Region Economic Bloc can build a future where every child grows up well-nourished, safe, and ready to learn. This is Max. And finally, making nutrition everyone's fair.
Thank you so much. We want to take this opportunity to specifically thank the panelists for today for doing a great job. We wish that we have somebody to organize a better club for them. Receiving from Bungo, perhaps.
We can do factorial, 5 factorial. Is that okay? And I think we all understand what the 5 factorial means. Okay, can we go? We start from 5 back to 1. Okay, let's go. Thank you. Give it to them.
Repeating again, briefly, as we wind up.
Sit here.
So, yes, before we go back, we also have a group photo. So you will have seen, we have had the discussions have been very, very fruitful. In my opening remark, I said we are strategically positioned to continue with this conversation with the support of the experimental partners that we have approached. So at some point, we are always asked why we are still supporting the process indicators. At what point will we reach the child, the impacts on the child on the ground? We know that these processes must just be talked about because ideas will then be made and then resources are bound to follow the processes. So we hope that we will make follow-ups, especially on the remarks that have been made, and they're very key ones for the county government. I was very particular on how we are going to make an investment case for early childhood development. And that is something that we need to take home and see that it works, not only for your county specifically, but also for all the counties, the 14 counties that must all be included. Aside from that, we're looking forward to having these best practices within the region replicated in the rest of the counties. We know that we have other regional economic blocks. We know that partnering with the ECD Network is HCDC. We also have so many others who have not been particularly focusing on early childhood development, but it has been working for us for the Lake Region Economic Block. As a disclaimer, allow me to just clarify that LREP is a semi-autonomous government agency working just like the COG works, not really an implementing partner. So our role is simply to coordinate the platforms that we have, such as this, to coordinate all the activities effectively. Thank you, team. We would wish that we take a group photo and then we'll be released to take our seats. Thereafter, I will hand this over to Abella to give us the next action.
So we just request you to stand there, banner, to get this off. We have panelists first. They can just okay.
What's going on? You want to thank the online participants, and you're at this point you're free to leave as we take the photos with the leaders within the room. So we want to thank you so much for having the time, more than 3 hours be online. So thank you so much, and God bless. Stella, if you have anything to say, please come on. And my team, you're free to leave. Thank you so much. We do appreciate your time.